Hello. For those that don't know me, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Antonis and I am the director of the Institute of International Economic Relations. I would like to welcome you in this symposium on Greek and Turkish approaches on international relations discipline. This was an idea which came from Effie Haralabaki, and I would like to thank her for this taking this initiative, which both of us adopted with great pleasure, because I think this is something like a continuation of what we have organized a few months ago about the Greek, Turkish, and Cyprus problem discussion, which lasted about 6 hours.
Oh,
yes, yeah. Of course, it was digital. So I thought that it was much better due to the conference of Aegean, which took place in Panteion for the last 4 days, 3 days actually. It is a chance to meet in person in order to exchange some views. And the topic which have been chosen is about international relations status in both countries. How the Greek and Turkish international relations people deal mainly with 3 topics. One is which theory they used, and if there are some disputes between the different, or arguments, if I might say, between the different scholars, for example, between realist, neo-realist, and constructivist, let's say. And on the second theme is the methodology which Greeks and Turkish are using in their work. And the third is which studies they focus in. For example, if they focus on global issues or focusing on bilateral issues. This is the third topic which we shall discuss. We have organized the symposium in such a way that we will have plenty of time to exchange views. So there will be only introduction about 50 minutes, one from the Greek and one from the Turkish side, and then we have about 3/4 of the time for each session for discussion, which I think it's enough to exchange these views. And then we have a final session where Knut Jorgensen and Dimitris Triantafylou, who have experience of Turkey, because for the last 10 years or more, yes, more than that, he's teaching and he's professor of Kadir Has University, based in Istanbul, as you know. So he have a clear view of what is going on in Greece and in Turkey. Knut, with his experience and as observer he's observer of what is happening in Greece, but most of what is happening in Turkey, he will be able to summarize, as Dimitris, the whole discussion. Yes, exactly. This was by intention. By intention. So I give the floor now to my friend Ashley to say some words as an introduction.
Thank you so much. May I?
Yes.
It'll be easier for everybody. So thank you very much. Firstly, of course, for you to, coming here and joining us in this really nice, a little bit rainy, but always nice Athens day. So, of course, the main thank is going to Haralampos Tardanidis, because he is actually the initiator here. So he has this really inspiring idea And I'm really glad that actually our ways crossed and then we become friends. I remember that years ago in 2016, you were to a workshop in Izmir for port cities, and the idea there is also about the importance of port cities and then bringing these cities together under the umbrella of this civilization. So we started from there, and we had really nice cooperation so far, also as you mentioned about Cyprus, the Greek-Turkish academics, and also here. And of course, I should also thank here on behalf of my university, Aegean University, which has the same name for me with your university, because my university is Aegean University in Izmir. And if you have to translate, it is the Aegean. Professor Haralampos, actually Haralampos, is from, but maybe not anymore. You are a proud retired.
Yes, for 2 days now.
Congratulations, yes. So we are from the same university, I feel like. And so it means that I should also thank the Department of Mediterranean Studies, University of the Aegean University, Institute of International Economic Relations here for this wonderful venue, and also Institute of International Relations, Panteion University. So it's really nice to actually be part of this cooperation. And also organizing this event, which was supposed to be called as workshop. And Haralampos was really kind enough to accept the change of the name because of some regulations in Turkey, which can be part of the IR issue in the upcoming minutes, maybe, that we cannot call an event workshop, then our university and department cannot be actually graded for this. That's why it should be either a congress or a symposium.
Symposium is much better. It's a Greek
right, you
word.
said, yeah, you said this. It's another nice Greek word, yes.
Symposium.
So that's why we call it symposium, but as you understand, this is going to actually happen more or less in a workshop understanding. So, of course, this is also, I guess, maybe I should also introduce a little bit about myself. I am an associate professor at Aegean University IR department.
Congratulations.
Oh, yes, I just became. Thank you. Last week, thank you so much, Professor. So, but my academic life is always connecting with Greece and Greek culture, let me say that, because my PhD thesis from Middle East Technical University was about actually the impact of Greek identity on Turkish nationalism. And I published a paper from this PhD thesis in Middle Eastern Studies, which is called The Ottoman Identity, Turkish, Muslim, or Rum. Actually, the article was mainly about the Rum identity of the Ottoman Empire, and I used the Rumi identity as an umbrella, which is a cosmopolitan identity here. And it had really actually, it was a big hit in my academic life, let me say, for the citations. And I always actually connect with many nice Greek friends. I cooperated with many Greek academics like Efi and also Professor Kostas Ifantis. We are, for example, editing a book together, Cooperation Innovation in Eastern Mediterranean. And many actually really, extinguished authors are working with us, and some of them are are here with us. Lastly, I would like to also mention that I am actually on the board of Izmir municipality for this project to actually to promote Izmir to worldwide. It is called DİDER, the World City of Izmir. So we are actually, the Izmir municipality is very much actually into this idea of making good connections with other cities, especially in the Mediterranean region. Of course, so far they have mainly worked with business people, and mainly the Greek and Jewish lobby in Europe because they had really good connections with their ancestors coming from Izmir. So we are really hoping for fruitful cooperation in the future, and I would also actually talk on this issue more. So today, but of course we are here for academic reasons mainly, because we would like to talk about the Greek and Turkish IR and the foundations and the problems, what can be done, because we all feel like there are many overlappings about the advantages, but at the same time troubles, the challenges. So I'm hoping that we are going to have a fruitful discussion together. So welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Before having our first session, and we have our chairwoman, Efi Haralabakis, here, I would like to say that people from the director of the Institute of International Relations, which is one of the co-organizers from Panteion University, they are not able to come. Perhaps they'll manage later on because they have some obligations. There is an extra obligation. All of them, they have to go to the assembly of the Department of International Relations of Panteion University. But we have Efi here, which of course represents the Institute of International Relations. And Dr. Triadafil, who is affiliated also, yes, with the Institute. So, Efi.
Thank you very much. My turn. I would like to thank everybody for being here, for embracing me, all of you being distinguished scholars. So I'm very honored and grateful. I would like to thank Dr. Haralabos for immediately embracing my idea, which came from his a very important article that everybody should read, in my opinion, that he co-authored with Dr. Kyriakos Mikelis. That was published a couple of months ago, 2022, called International Relations Scholarship in Greece, The Uncertainty of Influence. And after reading his article, this idea came in mind that we should organize something to see how possibly, drawing upon their article, how we could possibly create a regional disciplinary IR identity based, it could be interdisciplinary in this day and age, but based on geoepistemic and historiographical approaches, but also other approaches that could inform theory and practice. And this way, epistemic communities from both countries, from both Turkey and Greece, could become agents for conflict resolution. Because right now we have the realist paradigm that, of course, dominates Turkish foreign policy and informs it. We have the realist school that is very prominent in Greece. And maybe this is a point of contention. Maybe we should find the middle ground. So we are here today to explore all those ideas and see whether, we can start an epistemic community that will bridge the gaps and will inform the policy making of both countries to be based on institutionalized cooperation, transcend historical traumas, conflict resolution, and a way forward. So in my turn, I would like to thank, of course, the Institute of International Economic Relations, the Institute of International Relations Athens, that they have embraced me so much, and especially Dr. Ifadis, who's always supporting my ideas. I'm very grateful, and the whole board of directors for approving this idea. All the distinguished scholars who are being here today, of course, the Department of International Relations at Aegean University in Izmir, and the Department of Mediterranean Studies, University of Aegean. And without further ado, some housekeeping. Today, in my session, I'm very honored that we have two excellent speakers. Of course, Dr. Ergul Jorgensen Asli from the Department of International Relations at Aegean University, and Dr. Panagiotis Tsakonas from the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, University of Athens. I would like to kindly request both speakers not to exceed the 15-time, mark. In case you need more time, I will raise this card for 2 minutes, and afterwards,
We cannot prove. I'm joking.
Okay, and if you would like, after they finish, to raise questions, I would like to kindly ask you, just raise your name tag like this, and I will see it and just pass the floor to you. So thank you, and without further ado, the floor is yours.
Hello again. So thank you, Effie, for the nice words. And opening our actually session here. So this session is going to be about the theoretical approaches in IR for the two countries. So in this context, I would like to share my humble opinions, let me say, because of course it is not easy to generalize the whole IR discipline in one big country, which is 80 million, and I guess around we have 90 departments, including both private and state universities. So it's really not easy, but that's why I would like to mention mainly the mainstream understanding and the critical understandings coming as a counter approaches. So, of course, to understand the theoretical approaches in Turkish IR, I would like to talk about three different topics here, which can, of course, give you some ideas, and we can discuss more about that. Firstly, the foundation of IR discipline in Turkey. I do not want to go into details of the history, I mean, the details, but the foundational, understanding the reason of IR has a duty in itself, which we still carry as the IR scholar. So that's why I would like to talk about the foundation of IR, and then I will continue with the problems of working theory in IR, what kind of challenges we face, and lastly, I would like to talk about the tendencies among the IR scholars. So firstly, the foundation of IR. The idea of IR is actually coming from political science in Turkey, and it came from the Ottoman Empire understanding, and the roots of this understanding went back to 19th century when there is this Ottoman representatives in Europe. So they had the understanding, okay, we should actually have some civil servants to know about Europe. So that's why they actually created a school in Istanbul. It is called Mülkiye, or civil servant, and they started to teach some smart people about the world. So the idea is creating civil servants who can speak in different languages and know about the world. So the idea is always teaching them the world. And this continued, this understanding continued through also the Republican time. The same school actually moved to Ankara just after the foundation of the Republic, and then they moved it in 1924 as a part of political science and law and history. Then it was connected to Ankara University in 1946. And there was only a lecture actually was given with the name of IR. Then they turned it into an institution in 1960. And everything happened under one umbrella at Ankara University. So the idea is educating the students about the world. And this is actually discontinued through into also other IR departments all through the years, starting with İstanbul University and also some other universities. Then maybe the idea changed with 1970s with the METU, Middle East Technical University, Boğaziçi and Bilkent University IR departments. Then they actually started to do something different, which is more like IR. So for the first time, they started to teach, okay, now we also need to tell about Turkey to the world. So there is an audience, not only Turks. So it took really some decades for the lecturers to change their minds. But of course, this idea of statesmen, the elites, teaching the young elites is still kicking in Turkey. So the mainstream IR is still actually taking something from this vein, that let's actually become the statesman here. But of course, this understanding changed in 1990s when the ministry sent 4,000 young scholars to Europe and to the US. And when they came back from their graduate educations, they actually had more critical, let's say, less realist. I will come to that point. So more critical and more liberal understanding. So they became more and more open to the world. So they also write about Turkey and explain it to the world audience. Then, of course, this made some problems in the disciplinary work. That's why the discipline in IR is fragmented because of this understanding. The mainstream Ankara University Ecole and more, maybe let's say elderly scholars still, because they have a different approach, and the young newcomers, especially educated in Europe and the US, are using different theoretical approaches. So the protective IR is still in there around the understanding or the theoretical approach of realism, because realism is used more or less as a justification for state policy, because actually we wrote with Kuno-Derek Jorgensen, published in International Relations last year. So in this article, Realist Theories in Search of Realists, the failure in Europe to advance realist theory, we criticized the realists in Europe about not really making theory. And this actually, the critique here also fits here. Because what I argue is that realism is one of the most common theories in Turkey, but are they really making realism is a big question, because it is mainly a meta-study on realism or retrospectives about realist authors, or maybe this third or is for me the most valid one. It is the ideology. So whenever you get this answer from an IR scholar about, oh, I'm a realist, and if they are mainly working on the security or some regional problems in Turkey, it is, most probably you can find the connection about the foreign policy ideology of Turkey and using realism in this sense. So is it really realism? Is it a realist approach? I guess it is for discussion here. So according to the research areas polls, the last one of TRIP, people actually in Turkey announce themselves as constructivists, and then realists, and then Marxists. This is what actually they announce themselves. Let me actually give the numbers here. 30% said that I'm a constructivist, 26 said I'm a realist, and 12 said I'm a Marxist, and also 9% said actually liberal here. But when you come to the topics of the articles, what you see is mainly Turkey and Turkish. So almost actually, when you look at the common words, like 50% of the articles published in international indexes written by Turkish IR scholars, they use Turkey or Turkish at around 50%. So you can see also the problem here, that explaining Turkish foreign policy with some realist grounds here. And as one of the actually IR people here, maybe you also feel the same, that it's not that actually simple to be a realist just to say that you're a realist, because it may look like an annexation here, attachment maybe most of us also feel in the thesis that we are actually supervising, the theory part looks like an attachment and explaining the theory and then continue with the other policy-oriented issues. But what is the role of theory there is a big mystery. So this is not only the case for the students, you can see the same thing also for the academics. So how to implement the theory is a big question. But what is the reason here? For Turkey, actually I can say that there is a lack of philosophical and abstract thinking in Turkey. I don't know, maybe you also have it here. Maybe it's the, I don't want to become an environmentalist determinist here, but maybe it is also about, I don't know, the environment and the genes that we really need to substantiate, to think about it. We need some subjects to focus. So maybe that's the problem here. So thinking abstract and connecting the issues is a big problem for theoretical thinking in Turkey. And of course, there is some other pragmatic issues here that working on theory is not that much actually giving back, both academically and also financially. Because if you want to get an approved project, it's actually most likely they expect you to make something real. So if it's not real, if you are talking about theory, it doesn't make sense. So that's why there is actually a big flow into that direction of really just making something for real. This is also appreciated also by the public audience, because the academia of IR is also becoming more and more on social media, on TV. So if you are working on theory, who is going to invite you on TV? Who is going to listen to you? So they all want to listen about Cyprus. They all want to listen about the islands, transatlantic relations. It doesn't make sense what you say here. Even when you are trying to connect with theory, I feel like personally that I feel this blue screen coming. So after that theory talk, you cannot reach the audience. And this is not only the disconnection between the academia and the people. Even in academia, it is not really well appreciated to talk about theory. So that's why students also are more and more going to write about real facts. I don't know. But of course, we have, do I still have,
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, great. Okay, lots of time. So, I have many things to say here, but I would like to use my 3 minutes here about the periphery and core understanding, also for IR and Turkey here. According to Pınar Bilgin, the IR context, the IR information disciplinary accumulation so far is mainly for the core of the world, who are secured in their states. So as long as you have a state, you are a whole unit, you can talk about the world. And this is really overlapping with also the classical realist understanding of Morgenthau. There is this external threat to you. So it can also be easily, worked on this classical realism. That's why actually many academics are doing in Turkey, as I said. That's why not neo-realism, by the way, that's one of the things I forgot, maybe I can say later, but classical realism works more. Because the system doesn't really, system idea doesn't really work, but it's about mainly national interests and others. But according to Pınar Bilgin, it even doesn't work because Turkey has still some internal problems. So the sovereignty of the state, in both internally and externally, are not fulfilled. So that is why it's a problem to talk from the other side of the core. But Turkey is still actually on the periphery. Thank you. So this is a paradigm here. This is a paradox, because are we really the power in the world, in the region, to actually take the decisions and decide what to do? In reality, we are still talking about the Kurdish issues, Cyprus, I don't know, Gezi protests. So there are many issues coming from inside. So talking about the internal issues is also a challenge for applying realist theory in Turkey. So, okay, so I would like to also stop here and give the word to our dear chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley, very much for this important contribution in our discussion, trying to explore the middle ground. And now I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Chakonas. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I use this?
Yes, Dr. Chakonas.
Can I use this?
Yes,
This microphone. Okay. Yes, I think I can. You can hear me. Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay.
But we should close.
Okay. So thank you very much. I was about to give a credit to Professor Sardanidis for the idea and for the organization, but the credit should be given to you mainly, and of course to Babis for organizing the event. So in my intervention, I'll be focusing. There are three parts actually. I'll be focusing in the beginning on highlighting some of the issues and points made in the article written by Dr. Michaelis and Professor Sardanidis regarding the state, the status of international relations discipline in Greece with regard to particular theoretical approaches adopted and followed since the 90s. Then I'll provide you with an assessment. This is, of course, my view on how effective has been so far the knowledge provided by the international relations community in Greece, and I'll conclude with some remarks about what is the way ahead, let's say, and how particular deficiencies could be fixed. So I'll be starting by highlighting the fact it's a bit obvious for those involved in international relations discipline in Greece that the dominant paradigm is indeed realism. And this is because, or mainly due to Greece's geopolitical features, to a certain extent, which had to do with the perceived threat of Turkey and the instability and insecurity produced in the Balkan region. However, particularly in the post-Cold War era, when let's say the IR discipline starting flourishing somehow, the debate, the prevalent debate in the 90s and 2000s has been between political realists and liberals. I would actually they used to call themselves political realists and liberals respectively. In my view, there was a debate between offensive realists actually and neoliberal institutionalists. And the basic idea or the key question at the time was indeed how compatible or not the Euro-Atlantic Directive is with the notions of self-help. Of course, and this is, it has been considered by by this article by Michaelis and Sardanidis as a breakthrough in this discussion about the evolution of the higher discipline in Greece. A substantial number of academics and researchers started paying more attention to questions arising from membership of the European Union, which had to do mainly with the Europeanization of Greek foreign policy, thankfully by using the relevant methodological tools, regardless, I would say, of the analyst's conclusions, namely whether Greece has been successfully Europeanized or not. Later on, there has been some post-positive problematic introduced in the works of many analysts. There have been scholars implementing concepts which have already been developed abroad, of course, regarding foreign policy analysis and social constructivism. There have been also certain Greek scholars who have studied the issues of perceptions and culture in understanding and explaining change in Greece's foreign policy. Also there has been particular emphasis placed by some scholars on issues concerning crisis management, strategic planning, and other issues. In my view, actually before moving on to my view, according to Michaelis and Sardanidis, in this very well-written article regarding the state of play in higher discipline in Greece, although they admit a rather poor IR performance in Greece in terms of institutional autonomy and theoretical innovation, they believe, or it seems that they, in my view, they believe that certainly there are certainly certain grounds for optimism. This is why is that? Because they argue, and I quote, there are definite signs of progress in the publishing sector, and compared to earlier times, IR publications are nowadays more likely to draw the attention of scholars of Greek origin working abroad or of Greek academics and researchers living in Greece. I strongly doubt this optimism is well-grounded. In my view, Greece has a long way to go before any real progress is achieved. And why is that so? Because the Greek IR community, at least in the past, to a certain extent, still appears unable to develop the policy-relevant knowledge or the policy-relevant theory that is necessary to Greek foreign policy decision makers. I'll not go in depth into the discussion of the particular types of knowledge base which is needed for academics, for the academic international relations academic community and research community in Greece to provide for decision makers. Briefly state that at least according to a theorist of foreign policy analysis, a particular knowledge base should be provided by the international community and research community of a state which has at least three types of knowledge. The First is the abstract or general conceptual model of a strategy, which identifies the critical variables of a strategy for dealing with the phenomenon in question. For example, what is the meaning of deterrence and what is entailed in deterrence? What is the meaning of conflict resolution, of conciliation, of detente, and so on and so forth. Number two, the identification of favoring conditions, which maximize the possibility of success of the proposed strategy. And number three, the idiosyncrasy of the country towards which the strategy is targeted. And this is, I obviously refer here to area experts. This is the type of knowledge that is primarily available to area experts who can help avoid simplistic and, for that reason, fallacious estimates that often stem from overdependence on analogizing and on self-fulfilling prophecies. So the empirical examination and an evaluation I did on the role of the Greek higher academic and research community and to what extent it has played a role in shaping Greek foreign policy suggests that it has been unable to develop all three particular types of the knowledge base I mentioned, and therefore to provide relevant theory-relevant scholarship to Greece, as well as policy-relevant theory that is necessary to Greek foreign policy decision makers. So there are a series of institutional and cultural reasons for that. I won't get into detail on that, but I simply mentioned that some of the institutional reasons and some of the cultural ones. How many minutes? 5 minutes.
4 minutes.
Okay, great. So I referred to it has already been highlighted in the article by Michaelis and Sardanidis, the fact that international relations in Greece have been primarily examined through the lens of history and international law. So almost by consequence, there has been only a small number of works by scholars who teach IR courses that have a solid theoretical background, and it is even more uncommon to track studies that include references to general theoretical works in international relations or which try to correlate their findings with the problematic of established international relations paradigms. Most importantly, and in regards to the inability of the IR community to produce the second type of knowledge, that is favorable conditions, I would highlight the fact that there has been a distance in the most IR scholars who have kept that distance from any process, I would say, of empirical refutation or verification of theoretical hypothesis. This is not what we usually do. It is undoubtedly an arduous task, so there are good reasons for avoiding it. But it seems that academic research and analysis in Greece is still indifferent to research projects aimed at developing the appropriate favoring conditions. And of course, with regard to the third type of knowledge base, that is the idiosyncrasy of the country, the international relations community of Greece seems to be facing immense difficulties whenever asked to identify experts among its members with profound knowledge on either specific areas or subsystems in Greece's immediate neighborhood, the Balkans, the Mediterranean, the Middle East, or even worse, I would say, on Turkey. And of course, certain cultural reasons which relate to the dominant political culture in Greek politics, characterized by elements of xenophobic nationalism, introversion, a sense of pride which coexists with an inferiority complex vis-à-vis the advanced West, characteristics which have become axiomatic to a certain extent and were reproduced in a more scientific and systematic manner by academics and were eventually legitimized. Let me conclude by, in a minute,
yes,
okay, that what is the way ahead of us based on that inability of Greece's academic community to provide those types of knowledge base necessary to policymakers. Obviously, it has to remedy the various institutional and cultural predicaments I mentioned. So, number one, it is necessary that university research and study move towards more demanding research projects, aiming to identify favoring conditions. Number two, the staffing of the various IR departments with area or country experts of Greece's immediate region. Number three, the Greek IR community is also called to participate in building the appropriate institutional framework, mainly through its contribution of relevant studies regarding long-term planning. And number four, last but not least, as we say, the contribution of the Greek IR community in the rationalization of Greek diplomacy should be more closely aligned with its role as a reliable agent of information, I would say even education of the public opinion on the major issues of Greek foreign policy. And this is particularly true with regard to Greek-Turkish relations. So the Greek academic community faces a major responsibility to detach itself from the reproduction of national narratives and stereotypes, and it ought, I would say, to engage in a meaningful education of the Greek public on what will indeed be at stake on or in the negotiations, particularly with Turkey, and especially on what a comprehensive settlement with neighboring Turkey would entail.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tsakonas, for truly this important intervention. So I think this workshop is immensely important because we already have the first, in my opinion, first conclusions. We found what we have in common with the Turkish epistemic community in IR theory and international studies, and our differences. For example, we pinpointed by both sides that there is a lack of abstract and philosophical thinking, both in the Greek and the Turkish side. And they are using theory, both countries, both epistemic communities, they are using theory to justify empirical directions they want to give without having tested them and without having seen whether theory refutes or empirics refute theory. So we see that they use theory as a pretext, both sides, in order to pursue certain foreign policy objectives that ultimately create more friction and more conflict regionally. So I would like to open the floor to you, to your, if you have questions. And And yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Yes, actually, I have two questions. So we have two communities, and my question is, those two communities, what count as theory? Has that changed over time? Because when I've tried to scan sort of broader segments of broader communities, then what counted as theory in, say, the 1950s is totally different from what counts as theory today. And it was even more different back in the 1920s and 30s, when people in the discipline began to talk about theory. So theory is, it seems, a moving target. And for that reason, my question is, okay, what counts in the Greek and the Turkish community for theory today, and has that changed?
I guess we're going to cover all questions, and then we'll let, please, yes.
Relating to the point I'm not sure that we are talking about the ambition.
Say your name.
Yes, my name is Stathis Pakelas. I'm assistant professor of international relations in the Department of Political Science, International Relations at the University of the Peloponnese. A point relating to what you mentioned before. I'm not sure that we have, in the case of Greece, the inability of higher community, of Greek higher community, to develop policy relevant theory. Because it's my feeling, I'm not sure about that, that a factor that does not allow for this policy relevant theory to be developed is that the stage has been set by international law scholars in general, and in particular in relation to Greek-Turkish, how to resolve the problem with Turkey. So we have first of all to qualify what we mean by the term IR, Greek IR community, who we involve inside it, and then to focus or to discuss a little bit how the insight introduced in the debate by international law scholar has influenced our thinking about Greek-Turkish relations.
This was a very interesting both presentations very interesting. I'll get back to your point about the need for epistemic communities in the final session, because it's very close to my heart. But I want to, it's very interesting listening to both scholars, in particular to Takis Chakonis's prescriptions about what needs to be done in Greece. I totally agree with you that there is an issue. We all agree as Greek academics. But you know, so many of the prescriptions are actually being applied in Turkey, and there's still an issue. Right? I mean, in Turkey, I'm always amazed by how well structured everything seems to be. Your colleague, you mentioned that 4,000 students were sent on scholarship to study. We've never had things that systematic in Greece. TÜBİTAK, where the Greece counterpart is Yayet, the Greek Secretariat for Education Technology, is very active in promoting projects and so on. Yes, there's a problem, yeah, because the projects are all projects-based, right? Empirical as opposed to theoretical, but there is an emphasis on this, on how you use public funds and other funds to fund projects by scholars, of, you know, whether it's full professors or young academics or even PhD students, and how to apply them. So there's a very structured approach to this. We see the Turkish IR community. Yes, it's Turkey-focused, absolutely, but having sections both in the ISA and in other international conferences where the Greek community is not really there involved. You mentioned the trip survey. Do we do trip surveys in Greece? I don't know. We don't. And this is a great epistemological tool, right? Because I was just looking, as you mentioned, that I could not find something on Greece. I know in Turkey I get them in my inbox at my university, and I think my colleague Mustafa Aydin is involved in these, right? He's involved in many of these efforts. So a lot of your prescription stacking are actually being applied in Turkey, and still there's an issue. So this is something to keep in mind. I would have the same prescriptions as you have. I'm just saying that they are being applied in Turkey systematically, but there is a problem in the discipline, and a lot of it is this correlation between that. You both talk about the geopolitics in particular, and I like Pinar Bilgin's, thing about periphery and center, which is the issue. And it's not just, so this has an impact also on institutions. I always tell my students, why is Mearsheimer, we might love him or hate him, but why is he able to produce ideas? Because he has a nice, beautiful setting where he doesn't have to worry about other things like we all have to worry, right? Called life, or Waltz, or all the other big scholars. The other problem too in Greece is interesting. There is, if you look at Greek publications, in Greek, written by Greek scholars, there is a lot of stuff on theory that does not only apply to the Greek-Turkish case and so on, but usually we write these things. We are all invited to take part in colleagues' edited works and so on. We contribute chapters on theory. They are linked to our promotions, university promotion, and they're never really translated down to the classroom. And this is your point about having research that's actually more focused on this, right? Because when we introduce IR theory, even in Turkey in that sense, IR theory, it's an introduction to all the theoretical models and not much of a contribution beyond that, right? And I was trying to think how many real IR scholars are in Turkey. I can think of 2 or 3 that really do this. One you mentioned, Pinar Bilgin, Ozgur Özdemir. There are very few in total, right? Maybe you too, but there is a lack of them. But anyway, my point is this, really, a lot of the prescriptions, and I always think in the 12 plus years that I've been in Turkey, how these could be applied in Greece. But because I see them being applied in Turkey, but then the problems persist. The problems persist because of the dominance of, yes, you see, we had 2 colleagues talk about Greek-Turkish relations, which is the threat perception for us. In Turkey, it's more general than that. The threats are many more. But nevertheless, it's a threat perception which has an impact on our ability as scholars. Not all of us might be into theory or whatever, but to produce scholars also, younger generations, that focus on theory, right, and make a contribution to the field. My question is regarding Turkey, because there's another dimension too, which is this generation of scholars in Turkey that got involved in EU affairs, which are usually EU is part of IR departments. There I see that the contribution of Turkish scholars, yes, a lot of them do write about Turkey and the EU, absolutely. But a lot of others have transcended that. And you find their articles also and their writings in the wider IR literature, in the wider EU literature, right? Is this an exception, or is the pattern the same? Do you know whether it's, again, those scholars dealing with the EU, 50% is EU and Turkey, and then the rest dealing with other things? Or, because my impression is I can name a number of scholars dealing with the EU specifically, teaching about the EU, but you can find their articles that are used by EU scholars in general, right? Not applied to Turkey per se.
My question is for Dr. Tsokanas about the Greek. Can I be understood properly, or shall I just take it out? Straightforward. Okay. My question is about the Greek IR community. I did my PhD in the UK. And when I was doing my PhD, I was applying a particular theory to a particular case. And I had that impression that I'm already a very loud person. So I had this impression that there are particular scholars working on theory. They are mostly based in North America or Europe. But then myself was applying a particular Marxist theory to Turkish case is like the second circle. We study our own countries, but from the perspective of theory. Then, when we're back to our countries, I mean, very few people from Turkey, or I don't know whether it's the same case for Greece, actually contributed to IR theory, because there is also a hierarchy in academia, obviously, somehow. So I'm curious to learn about the Greek community in IR, because I know that many Greek scholars are based in North America or UK, Europe, if I'm not mistaken. Is it as such, and do they continue to, I mean, I don't know, but perhaps this is too much generalization, but do they have similar perspectives, the ones who are based in the West and who return back perhaps to the country, or the scholars who are based in Greece? So I would like to further learn more on the Greek IR community, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to address the questions? Let's start with Ashley. Thank you. So thank you very much for this really valuable comments and questions. I would like to actually start with Professor Dimitris Triantafylou here.
Dimitri.
Because we start from the last one, because what you actually make here, the points are really well taken, since you also know the Turkish IR community a lot. So I agree everything you say here. Maybe I can just continue about this EU part. With the positive part of the Turkish EU candidacy, which was actually, I guess, centuries ago, maybe, okay, let's say until maybe 2014, things were more positive between Turkey and EU. I remember that there were actually popping up many EU studies, and even the names of the IR departments, some of them, like in Marmara, in Kuzey, the names of the departments are like EU studies and IR, or only EU centers. So these kind of technical things were very common. But as in Turkey we start to lose the hope about becoming a member, these departments also start to change their names back to IR, or just eliminate that word from it. But of course, during those 2 decades, like more or less, many people were educated about Europe, about the EU. So for some practical reasons, for now, we have a lot of European experts. And this is really good. That's why, of course, all these people, they had their focus. They really wrote very good thesis and made really good publications. And they are actually becoming part of this world dialogue about Europe. But I do not see this actually as a continuation of paradigm, as long as the political situation in Turkey goes like this. Because the students are losing their interest in Europe. So they are looking in political psychology. That's actually one of the most interesting topics recently I have been hearing from really almost like half of the students are coming to me. I want to study psychology. Political psychology. It has some explanations also about the political situation in Turkey, and also what we feel about the world. That's interesting. So I am hearing less and less works on Europe, but of course it doesn't make Turkey and Turkish IR community publishing in Europe. But I guess there may be a paradigm shift about European studies in Turkey. So that's what I can say. And the trip, Mustafa Aydın, Cihan Dizdar, and many of his colleagues actually nicely done a good collaboration with TRIP, and they actually published in cooperation. And as much as I know, the last one of TRIP, which also included Turkey, was in 2018, unfortunately. It's really not that current. So TRIP also lost actually its interest about learning the world research paradigms. So we are a little bit actually in vagueness about actually knowing the exact limits here. And for the question, since I have only 1 minute, about what is theory here? Kundera Jorgensen asked about this. You know, of course, the theory, it can have different phases in time. Maybe today it is more abstract, but of course it should be about the system of thoughts to explain something. And that's why theory is about actually implication. So it is not only abstract thoughts. And using a theory to explain something is what we need for a theoretical research. And for the case of Turkey, there is, in most of the studies, there is always this theory part and there is always this empirical part, but do they talk to each other? The theory really explain the empirical part is the question, and that's why we cannot take all of these theoretical applications as theory in itself. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Start by responding to studies. That would be an obvious answer, I would say, for me to. I mean, it's easy to define what the IR community, how Greek IR community is defined. I mean, it is the academics and researchers involved in either from an international perspective or from international relations perspective on issues related not simply to Greece's foreign policy, but for the regional and global issues. To what extent there has been an effect of international law scholars in the discipline, I would say that has been a negative one. And it seems to me that at least for there was even an issue of definition in the early 90s about what in international you see there's a Greek word, the ethnologos, which used to apply for international law scholars rather and not that much or any with regard to international relations scholars. So it seems that there has not only been a dominance of international law perspectives on what the discipline is about, but also a detrimental effect on how the discipline should develop. So about the question regarding Greek Americans, those Greeks who are in the States, North America, and in Europe. First of all, let me note that your reference to Marxist approach, to what extent is an issue or is an approach followed in Greek universities during the PhDs or the writing up of a thesis. It seems to me that Marxist approach is not on the second sequel, as you mentioned, it's on the third or the fourth, or there is not at all there. It is mainly the Anglo-Saxon approaches and methodologies, the dominant ones, that is particular realms or aspects of realism.
I wouldn't mean to say that it's the second. I mean, the first circle overall scholarship is the people who produce theory, any theory, realism, neorealism, constructivism. The second circle is like the application of this theory to, so it can be Marxism, constructivism, neorealization,
Okay. So I doubt that there is any progress being made with regard to the first sequel. Not to mention the other two. So now with regard to the Greek Americans, as Dimitris has mentioned, it seems to me that they have as their colleagues in the States, the luxury of producing ideas. They do not really have to touch upon everyday life issues and problems, plus quite a support by PhDs and other researchers. It happened to collaborate with a Greek American, a Greek who is based in prestigious university in the United States, and I feel that I had to with a very difficulty following his path on and his say his rhythm of producing not simply ideas but also articles and books, usually published by well-known academic publishers. Why is that so? Is it simply because it is a matter of education? Is it mostly, and that's my point, a matter of being produced in an environment that provides you with all necessary stuff and support, plus the fact that you have to exchange ideas, to live in such an environment and exchange ideas with other colleagues within the university, which not seem to be the case in Greece. It seems we have a difficulty in exchanging views and ideas and come up with very productive things by collaborating with our colleagues in the very same university or in other universities within Greece. So we usually have to call upon others to, support our ideas. About the question posed by, that was probably, I'm sure that was a very good question, not to a lesser mind, probably, to me, but I would like you to ask you to elaborate on this. Well, I got your remark on for theory as a moving target. So, what is really your question regarding Greece? To what extent this is the case?
The reason I asked the question is that when I looked for literature on IR theory, I found the first book published with such a title to be published in 1936. Almost, I think, 400 pages. So a wonderful title, very exciting for one who is searching for IR theory in the past. And I open the book, and what I find is no theory, but a collection of all sorts of reflections, or thinking, or considerations about something that can be basically defined as international, reaching back to ancient Greece. So Bilginer, I guess, was included. But otherwise, theory as we know it, as we teach it to our students today, nothing. Then, of course, the next wave in sort of upgrading the theory in the discipline, I could find in the 1950s, when there was sort of this inferiority complex among IR scholars that they were not taken serious by their colleagues in other departments. They were not seen as representing a discipline. So in order to sort of put the ego, they said, okay, let's theorize. They began to search for what they called a general theory of international politics. And they were searching and searching and searching and working on a project in the 50s, in the 60s, until the end of the 60s. Then they realized, oh, this is a dead end. It's not possible to get to where we want to be. In the meantime, of course, the behavioralists had all sorts of very scientific ideas about what is a theory and what is scientific knowledge. So here we have, just in those few decades, three different conceptions of what is theory. It is loose, vague reflections, it is a general theory about international politics, and it is a behavioral conception. Then all that sort of exploded into an, at the time, unknown future. And then we had, for that reason, sort of what was called then the inter-paradigm defects, because it was realized that, there's not just one theory, there's actually different theoretical interpretations. And you have mentioned several of them at as well with Socrates. So that is what sort of a ever broader repertoire of theoretical conceptions. And also that, in a sense, came to an end at least for some, because post-structuralists don't believe in theory, they don't believe in science, and they don't believe in discipline, because discipline is something that you find in an institution of science like university. So then it was flattened again. And it is for that reason this sort of varieties of conceptions of theory that I ask my questions about, okay, how is it seen in Turkey among the Turkish IR scholars, and how is it seen in Greece?
Well, how many minutes?
You have 1 minute.
I have 1 minute.
Yeah, please, because this discussion is extremely.
Okay. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example about my intervention somehow in producing theoretical work by touching upon reality, real things, facts. I was involved in Greece's foreign policy back in the late 90s, when there has been a major breakthrough, a major shift in Greece's relation vis-a-vis Turkey. I was amazed by the fact that this major shift in Greece's foreign policy evolved in the absence of any in-depth discussion in Greece, not to mention theoretical discussion, but any in-depth discussion regarding what I mentioned, the favoring conditions. What does it take for Greece to have better relations with Turkey? And my intervention in the whole thing after 10 years of that major shift was to really understand and explain why that happened by using particular theoretical and methodological tools. So at the time, I thought the best thing to do is to use the methodological tool called socialization and see how a state can socialize another state. We had that idea about the European Union, NATO socializing Central European states, right, and so on and so forth. But no example so far of a state socialization, which was a good thing. After that theoretical endeavor, I talked to some of the protagonists of that shift, which was the Prime Minister Simitis at the time, and another guy who was running the the office of the Prime Minister, and who was one of the inspirers of that particular shift, which has been explained and by using certain theoretical tools. They responded by saying, the good thing about your work is that we now know we indeed have a strategy, and that strategy has a name, which is called socialization strategy. So there's no need for practitioners to, advance or to follow any particular theoretical conceptions or whatever. But there is a need for the community, for our scholars in Greece, to come up with those ideas of how, and I know why, of how theory is a good thing for practitioners.
I read your article, it was a very harsh critique, but I think
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Dr. Jorgensen and Dr. Tsakonas for these very important contributions. I think we opened a window for discussion. It's going to continue with the next panel. We do not have time for a coffee break at this point, but you are welcome to bring your coffees or beverages. And right?
To find some clues in the first discussion about method. We have two speakers, Dr. Kyriakos Michaelis is our first speaker. He is assistant professor at the Department of International and European Studies, University of Macedonia. He has his PhD from Panteion University in International Relations. And he has been teaching and researching on theory, historiography of international relations. His research interests are international relations theory, historiography, methodology of social sciences, history of ideas, discourses of foreign policy, with an emphasis on Greece and Turkey. And Didem Buhari Gülmez is our second speaker. She is an associate professor at the Department of International Relations, Çelebi University, Izmir. She completed her PhD from Political Science, University of London. Then she has been publishing, on global culture, sociological institutionalism, European foreign policy, global society, and Europe. In general, her research interests are regional studies, European politics, globalization, and international relations. You have 15 minutes. Do you want me to remind you in 3 minutes?
No, I think we will be okay.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My thanks to the workshop's organizers. A major interest of mine is Greek IR, particularly from the vantage point of historiography. A little bit note on the trip thing. They have only 36 countries. Nearly half of them are from Europe, but not all countries are included. Now, my emphasis is on the issue of methods and methodology. Firstly, from a disciplinary perspective, the IR departments are usually termed international and European studies or something similar, as well as regional studies. They include in their syllabi courses of a methodological nature, although in a fairly diversified manner. At the very least, you will see out of 50 or 60 courses taken overall by a student, you will see 2 or 3 courses devoted to methods and technique of social research, or something called quantitative methods in social sciences. few departments will actually be specific and refer to methodology of social science, and some of them will also, the one who emphasizes also pedagogy is the Department of Mediterranean Studies. The departments that are hosted in economic universities seem to be the ones to host more courses on data analysis and various applications in political and economic sciences, along again with the Department of Mediterranean Studies. Now, as far as official expertise of scholars is concerned, there are not so many officially recognized expertises. Only two departments will have theory and a scholar, his official expertise being theory and methodology of international relations, and in the Department of Peloponnese, decision making and informatics in global political economy. In Greece, obviously, Greek scholars know it. It's much more catchy to have an official expertise in the name of a subfield of IR, but mainly international politics and international theory. International theory is very catchy for your expertise. Methods, not so much. However, there are professors, usually one, in many departments who would be expert in quantitative methods or something similar in either political science or economic science. I pass now to the build-up and solidification of the field and discipline in the political restoration that happens in the 70s, and I would argue that methodology was invoked in this build-up, specifically a methodological diversification along with the social role of the field. IR, as Professor Tsakonas insinuated, would serve as a state national science. This doesn't mean scholars taking orders from politicians or something like that, but that they are expected to say something useful and meaningful. If they are successful in that, Professor Tsakonas, especially in his specific criterion, is pessimistic in this. Another is that there was a distrust against what was at the day from with international law scholars who taught either law, either organization, either history. We have a prominent historian here. You know, before 1974, not many historians taught international relations or diplomatic history, for that matter. Diplomatic history was a thing, but it was a thing of law scholars and not historians. They were the historians of the nation and not the state. And sometimes we tend to forget this. In textbooks that contributed to the build-up of the discipline, methodology was appraised in the sense of being the logical and systematic research of regularities in the structure and functioning of social phenomena. And it would contribute to the articulation of various theories regardless their epistemological characteristics. And we had 3 books, an individual by Konstas, an individual by Kouloubis, unfortunately he recently passed away, and a common book of Konstas and Kouloubis, but the methodology part of this common book was Konstas's contribution. Actually, Konstas was very adamant in stressing theory and methodology of international relations, and he influenced his own students. At least they would expect that there is something called methodology, and it entailed various things. Or Kouloubis referred to theory in his prominent book about international relations, yet his emphasis was to what was recent at the time that he had written the book, and it was the traditionalist behaviorist debate and the post-behaviorist behavior, but his mentioning of methodology was much less than Konstas's. But anyway, the methodological stake was recognized as multidimensional, given the fact that there was anyway difficulty for theoretical generalization. But at the end of the day and through the years, but beginning even from the late 70s, we have had books that impinge upon systemic analysis, game theory. Sometimes you had mentioning, not actual use, of quantitative methods. You have had a combination of historical narration with comparative method, and you also had analysis, or content analysis, along with analysis of perceptions and narratives. What I find it surprising is that there hasn't been so much analysis in terms, explicit and extensive analysis in terms of strategic culture, though. There are glimpses of mentioning or the impact of nationalist ideology or something like that, but both constructivists and realists in the country that could contribute to a much more nuanced understanding of strategic culture have refrained from doing so. We have a self-reflection. Actually, Effie, you said that we could forge a regional identity.
Not forge.
You know what I mean. It's
meaning, you know.
Yeah, no, okay. The point is that the very least what we are doing here is that we entangle all self-reflections. We have both two self-reflections, and there is an entanglement, and it is a good thing to do so. In the Greek self-reflection, a common ground is that there was a delay of a dialogue, a mentioning to the lack of dialogue was made, but scientists, social scientists on the whole in Greece agree that there has been a delay in the dialogue both among society and sociopolitical sciences, but also within sociopolitical sciences themselves in relation to ontology and methodology. And at the end of the day, the political phenomenon was approached through a division of labor, which was influenced by the initial sensitivities of each scholar in relation to her original field. I mean, sociology, law, history, or whatever. Now, from a historiographical vantage point, I would point out that even before the build-up and solidification of the field, there were attempts by scholars, especially international law scholars, to bring to the fore the notion of method. Actually, there was also a sociologist, very prominent, but usually even in Greece we know him as politician and prime minister in Greece, but not as a famous sociologist, Panagiotis Kanellopoulos. In the interwar, he had written 2 books in international relations, totally forgotten and neglected by us, and he proposed a critico-philosophical analysis. Also a combination of conceptual, ideational, and historical analysis of the League of Nations. He was totally forgotten. The notion of method was used, but sometimes it was equated not with research methods, but with rules of the games. And this is the case in George Tsenekidis, a famous international law scholar in Panteion. He indeed offered a small text, diplomatic and legal methods in international relations, but if you read it, you see he didn't refer to research, but he tried to distinguish between way of thinking, the diplomatic way of thinking opposed to the legal way of thinking. At the end of the day, at the end of their academic career, both Tsenekidis, in the 70s that is, both Tsenekidis and a colleague of him, Kalogeropoulos Stratis, began to indeed mention that to the pragmatic method or to the special historical sociological method that we should follow. Unfortunately, they sort of buried international law, and they were their own necrologists of international law, and they pointed out to political science and sociology. Unfortunately, they didn't do this in their 30s, they did it in their 60s. And then we had Constance and Kouloubis as the actual, as the people one note, the older professors, Kalogeropoulos and Tenekidis, were French trained. Kouloubis and Constance that I mentioned were Anglo-Saxon trained. And something that we forget in the case of Constance, he had written 2 or 3 books on law before dwelling on international theory. So it was impressive to see that there was sociology of international relations even in the mid-70s by Tenekidis, mentioning to methodology, but his book was neglected, and we have had to have 5 or 10 years later Constance and Kouloubis to be influential or noticed. Tenekidis was forgotten, but he gave a criterion, and this is one of my contributions to Professor Tsakonas' own criteria. At least what we have done is that we have gone far from what was the canon at the time, and the canon at the time was that you could talk about international relations if you had experience, you had a talent in communication, supposedly you knew foreign languages, you knew the backstage, and a little bit of international law. And so you were able to speak about international relations. We have gone far from the other purpose here, of course, is how much do we articulate rational arguments about a well-designed and long-term and successful foreign policy. You are right in this. But there are attempts in such articulation. Before there were no such attempts. But having said that methodology was noticed in certain textbooks doesn't negate the fact that at the end of the day, the methodological stakes were not really touched upon. I mean, it took a while for the agent structure debate to be incorporated, as Professor Tsakonas said so. It was usually scholars coming abroad, younger scholars in the early part of the 21st century. Statis is one of them, and overall you have had both a state-centric suspicion against hegemonism and internationalism. That is the case with Iphistos. We have had post-positivist research, sometimes even within political realism, but usually outside political realism. And indeed, no matter, sometimes what is theory, Professor asked, what is dominant, I would say. I mean, here in this table, no forceful realist exists here, not even me. And I speak a lot about realism, but sometimes my colleagues will not recognize me as realist.
Who is a forceful realist? Who is a forceful realist?
I mean, let's say hard realist or something like that. Okay. Yeah.
That's another thing.
Yeah. I needed to find the term. I'm concluding in 2 minutes. We have been philosophical, we haven't been explicitly methodological. It is a very utmost paradox that the defense of realism and ideological communitarianism was done by Panagiotis Iphistos. But from a neo-positivist point of view, this defense was done by somebody who is in the margins of our discipline. I mean, he has his own field, Ioannis Mazis. He does what he terms systematic geopolitical analysis, and he was the one to write a neo-positivist defense of international relations. But it was him and not IR scholars in the core of the community that did this. I will end by a few caveats. First, unfortunately, we don't have so many databases, and that is a problem. Nowadays that you can work with Twitter and things like that, you see some data analysis being done much more easily. But even for me, for example, I with a colleague, I combined data analysis in order to understand the trajectory of the community. I couldn't work with Greek journal. I found perceptions to do this. And I could have found even more Turkish journals and do data analysis because the texts are there in English and the tools are there, and you can do quite sort of analysis. In the Greek case, you cannot do this so much. Still, Greek IR is characterized by methodological nationalism. Again, this I say as an intuition, not as a fact. In the Turkish case, we have had 2 or 3 articles still acknowledging and verifying national methodological nationalism in Greece, in Turkey, sorry. Is eclecticism a way out? There is one distinguished professor, ex-professor here, I will not name him, but he is adamant in saying that eclecticism is our way forward. A final comment on the theory-praxis connection, which has been quite adamantly referred by Professor Tsakonas. When you take the criterion Greek-Turkish relations, I get it, you have been very thorough in your analysis and convincing. But if you get other criteria, I mean, for Greek foreign policy in relation to Europe and European studies, and we forget here occasionally that a major part of IR in Greece is European studies. And if we apply this criterion, is this the case also? Haven't there been theories and arguments and interpretations of especially how Europe works on behalf of scholars? I can say Dimitris Chrysopou, Kostas Lavdas, Michal Sizelis, and a few others. The Pinar Bilgine may not be present here, but her ghost haunts us. It is still a case that we have to deal with multiple tasks. To paraphrase her, Greek IR scholars have to tell Greece to the world. They have to tell the world to Greece. And as Professor Kouliaras is here, sometimes they have moved forward and they tell the world, to the world about the world. So we are not always Hellenic-centric. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your methods. I think it was very interesting, especially the problems at the end. Now we will continue with İstanbul Harikun Math.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here in this international atmosphere, because usually sorry, can you hear me much better? Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for inviting me and also giving me this huge task of reviewing the methodological limitations or what should be done in developing Turkish IR literature, IR approaches. And I'm really celebrating today because usually in international conferences like ISA, for example, or European ISA, Turkish scholars present about Turkey to other Turkish scholars. And even though you are based in another country, you are still socializing with other Turkish scholars. So you tell about Turkey to other Turks, other Turkish people. And this doesn't really make sense, according to many scholars, like for example, Emre from Yaşar University, a professor of IR. He's just written about this. He criticized this issue that Turkish scholarly community is really closed and it's very fragmented. So I refer to Ali Balcı from Sakarya University. He is also leading a clique, should I say, a network, which has been funded by the state, which has been really encouraged by the state, because they were given the task of writing for example, the translation of some diplomatic documents to Turkish. So they were really privileged in a sense. So they really set the agenda, and they did a survey of scholarly contributions to global IR literature by Turkish scholars. In 2019, they report that there are 132 departments of IR in Turkey today, which includes, of course, some Turkish and English-speaking departments in IR of the same university. Marmara, İstanbul universities, they hold more than one IR department. So now we have more than 100 departments in Turkey of IR. And they also report that there were 1,053 full-time academics in 2019. They didn't count research assistants, which would become academics later, or they didn't count the part-time scholars like me. So they didn't really include my publications to the list. So I wasn't on any list because I was on a part-time basis at that time. So we should be aware that in Turkey, IR departments are not always populated by people who were trained in IR studies. There are many people, especially senior scholars, are coming from history, media communications. For example, my former head of department was from law. He had a degree from Marmara University about European law. Sociologists, public administration graduates, business administration graduates. So, there are some senior scholars who are not really interested in theory or methods in IR. And they are usually acting as chairs of the departments. And they decide who will be recruited as a research assistant, who will be recruited as a junior scholar to the department. So theory and method, they do not really come up as a question in recruitment exams or, PhD upgrade exams. Especially method scores, methodology is the weakest link in many universities. I'm especially talking about universities based in Anatolia, because if you look at the indexes of academic performance and contributions to global IR in Turkey, you'll see that the top faculty comes from Ankara and Istanbul. There are also some scholars in Izmir, but usually in Izmir also, there are many scholars who are not much interested in contributing to the global IR literature. So in the departments, who is giving these courses, especially Anatolian universities, especially the least experienced scholars who are newcomers to the department are given the task of teaching research methods. And if they are, this is very rare, but if they are quantitatively oriented, they overlook qualitative methods. They usually focus on quantitative work, teaching. And if they are not, then they really spend their time in explaining what is a research question, how to write an abstract, rather than a practice-oriented teaching of different research methods in qualitative and quantitative terms. And we, of course, see this as a reflection in the literature, looking at especially articles which appear in Turkish journals. There are many analyses which lack theory. They are not driven by any theory. Some of them are Eurocentric, which they are criticized of being Eurocentric, even EU studies. And they do not really use any, for example, mixed methods. And as regards the unit of analysis they are using in their research, we see a state-centric approach, which means that non-state actors, small states, even small states, I don't know, like Estonia, and indigenous communities, they don't really count. They are seen as secondary. If a student comes up with a PhD project on researching indigenous communities in the world, this wouldn't attract much attention of especially senior scholars. And agency of diplomats, agency of diplomatic interpreters in IR, whether they could influence the foreign policy outcomes, doesn't really, hasn't attracted much attention in the literature either. And as regards the level of analysis, we see a lack of global macro perspective. According to Ersel Aydınlı, Turkish IR community needs to do much more work on large end studies through quantitative work. I should say that I disagree, because TÜBİTAK, the Academy of Science and Technology, is really giving, some funds out for projects, and is really encouraging scholars to rely on surveys, quantitative measurements of, indexes, for example. So this creates a risk of really heavily relying on surveys, and this would, of course, raises the risk of sampling bias. For example, high non-response rate. This happened in Mustafa Aydın's work, because he surveyed the Turkish IR community, their interests, their teaching interests, research interests, and out of more than 700 people they identified as their targets, around 100 people just answered the survey. So high non-response rate is a problem in other surveys done to the Turkish community too, Turkish IR community too. I believe that this comes from the problem of long list of questions. The questionnaire is too complex, is around 50 questions. It should be shorter, much more concise. I also happened to receive a survey on global IR. So 2 Turkish scholars, one of them is the PhD supervisor, and the other one, as far as I understand, is a PhD student who is working on global IR. They ask 47 questions about global IR, about theory interests of Turkish IR scholars. But there is only one question about method. So they completely ignore the link between theory and method. They think that Turkey can contribute to global IR theory, but they don't ask any questions about methods. So this is something I wanted to raise. Maybe you may have a different opinion about it, but I see that methodological nationalism, as Professor Micheli said, is found in many analyses in Turkish, in the Turkish IR literature. And there is also, according to Emre İşeri again, who published with Nevra Esentürk about Turkish communities, IR communities' contributions to regional studies, especially to the Middle East and Mediterranean studies. And they realized that rather than having a regional approach, trying to contribute to the regional literature, Turkish scholars chose to focus on the single case of Turkey. And they also have a tendency to treat Turkey as an exceptional, unique case, overlooking the general forces at work. And currently, comparative analyses are encouraged, especially by editors of journals, academic journals. They say that you should compare Turkey with another country so that your audience, your readership is wider than just the Turkish audience. And we see some comparisons between Turkey and other cases, and we also see a tendency of lumping Turkey together with them, especially in studies of populism, for example. So there are, of course, variations between these cases. So false universalism and false uniqueness, these come up with as, potential risks for those who study Turkey under these perspectives. And so relying too heavily on surveys, indexes is something I would not really recommend because there are a variety of research methods Turkish scholars and Greek scholars can use. I haven't really seen much analysis based on ethnographic research, for example, in IR community, or experiments. Political experiments are not really done in Turkish IR community. There are visual methods. Roland Blacker is, for example, really focusing on online methods that Turkish IR community should get much more familiar with, but there is a prejudice against research methods like, for example, a survey conducted through phone Mesut Özcan did it to Iran, I guess, to Iraq and Syria before the Arab uprisings, about the success of Turkish foreign policy, the perception of Turkish foreign policy in those countries. They conducted a survey through phone, and I heard other professors saying that that research is not valid, it's through phone, so we cannot really rely on its findings. So there is a prejudice on that, but online methods are becoming much more popular in the West, so maybe Turkish scholars may consider that one too. And need for triangulation, of course, using multiple sources of data, multiple methods in the same research design may be helpful. I also think that this is very rare in many published research. No in-depth expertise of Turkish researchers is also a problem, because the system, the Higher Education Council, which decides the promotion of assistant professors into associate professors, they also encourage that Turkish scholars work on many different themes, topics. They should not focus just on their PhD topic. They should not work on their PhD subject anymore, for example, in order to get promoted. Otherwise, you cannot get promoted. So it means that there are many scholars who publish on the Middle East, on Europe, on the Balkans. So they are experts of everything and nothing at the same time. They don't have the, how to say, encouragement, the motivation to gain expertise in only one area, unlike the British scholars. And I would like to also talk about longitudinal studies, which are lacking, in my opinion, in Turkish IR studies literature. Longitudinal studies, one case which is studied at multiple points in time. So the same case, but we have to have a long durée approach so that we can understand the historical evolution of, for example, foreign policy continuities and changes. So we need in that case, we need a much more complex research design rather than a snapshot view of the current, event, policy outcome that we want to explain. We need to have a long durée approach, and existing attempts for historical periodization, especially in Turkish foreign policy analysis. We see, for example, that Davutoğlu era began in 2002, and then it ended, according to some, in 2008, according to others in 2011, according to many others in 2016. So there is no consensus on how to periodize history in Turkish foreign policy. So this may be also seen as a weakness in Turkish foreign policy literature. And there is too much reliance on Western sources, according to Murat Somer, especially on theory production. So Murat Somer says that Turkish IR Academy is a consumer of theory, which is produced in the West. In order to become a producer of theory, Turkey needs to, of course, explore this link between theory and method. And judging the quality of research is something which creates problems within the Turkish scholarly community. There is no consensus on how to evaluate academic research in IR. I also passed through this oral examination for associate professorship. That system has now changed. They will just judge your publications. They won't interview you. But the questions that come up, to the candidate, they reflect a certain perspective, attitude towards judging the quality of scientific work. And there are some, of course, positivist criteria based on objectivity, impartiality, replicability, to repeat the same process by other researchers and reach similar outcomes at the end. This expectation of positivists from a research process, does it apply to qualitative research? This is the big question, because there are now many criteria which are proposed. Instead of replicability or generalizability, post-positivists think that we need to think about conformability, credibility, these alternative terms do not come up in the Turkish IR literature. It's not a part of self-reflexive discussion on how to do IR. Finally, I want to just talk about reflexivity a little bit, because there are some activist scholars whose dissent determines their research agenda. I may be one of them. I'm trying to be self-reflexive during my research, but my ancestors coming from Crimean Tatars led me to think more about Crimea. And, I did some field work in Crimea. And so there are many scholars who follow this approach when they choose their topic, their main focus area. This may, of course, create problems of ethnocentrism, or the tendency to victimize the group you study, or becoming a spokesperson of the people you feel like you have to defend in your academic research, which makes you an activist scholar, in my opinion. And this creates some, let's say, paradoxes, some problems and debates. There are also taboo issues that Turkish scholars do not want to really study. We may even think about and talk about it if you wish. And I'm also curious about the functioning of ethical boards that are imported from the US. How would they work in the Turkish context and in Greek context? Because until now, in social sciences departments, we didn't really get permits, authorization from those committees, which are a bit shady, because those people who populate those committees are not always active researchers. They are senior scholars who are not interested in methods. So they will be the ones who will decide whether you can start that research or not, whether your research is legitimate or not. So I'm a bit suspicious about whether this could also lead to a politicization, further politicization of the research project, and some veto against, for political purposes, against some projects that would undermine the so-called national interests. Thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we have 15 minutes. Yes, please.
Okay, I remember, I don't remember the name, but someone who was teaching international relations, she was saying that international relations person is someone who knows some things about international law, some things about history, something about geography, some things about political science, some things about religion, for example. So that means for me that this is an advantage and disadvantage for international relations, because sometimes there is a confusion as far as methodology is concerned. But on the other hand, international relations has been enriched by all these disciplines. So I have the following question to Professor Michaelis and also to my friend Sakas, who is a historian actually, and we are colleagues at the Department of the Mediterranean Studies. Do you think when you're teaching so many years international relations course at your department, that you have been influenced by other colleagues that are historians or international relations, in your case, by colleagues from international law, because there are different methodologies. A historian uses a different methodology in his analysis. An international lawyer uses different methodology. He asks different questions. But to what extent we are able, as international relations people, to absorb the influence, as far as methodology is concerned, from other disciplines? I'm not talking about students, I'm talking about ourselves. And I have another question to which is your first name?
Dido.
Yeah. As far as I know, when I'm looking at the Turkish university, looking for the international relations department most of them, perhaps I'm wrong, but I'm not sure, the faculty which belongs to this international relations department is public administration and perhaps political science. There is a reason for that. I mean, from a methodological point of view, why there is no separate faculties for international relations, although nowadays there are separate departments of international relations, which was not the case, I think, some years ago. So why public administration? Which is the reason for that? Historical reason, a methodological reason?
Political.
Once I've been told by a Turkish colleague that it is YOG, the Higher Education Council, that exercises a lot of influence in these centralizing features. That's why the names of the departments in Turkey are quite convergent, and in Greece they are totally divergent. Even in political science, 5 different departments of political science with 5 different titles. And the international studies is also equally the same.
Are you just gonna answer or
These 2 questions.
okay, or it's a question, right?
Observation, answering the question.
Okay. No, I'm just thinking. Yeah, I think it's better because we have 10 minutes. So if you collect the question, is it okay for you? Okay, then I think we should start with.
We have 20 minutes.
We have 20 minutes to discuss.
Okay, it says half past, but okay, we have 20 minutes. Okay, please.
Okay.
Your turn.
You know, it's not so much a question as it's a comment. I mean, it's very interesting. Many of the things you mentioned. So you said the survey had 132 IR departments, right?
Sorry, I can't hear
You mentioned at the beginning 132 IR departments. A survey you mentioned at the beginning. The colleagues did in 2014,
Yes, about just
and about over 1,000 academics.
yes.
And you know, this is very interesting because it does create tremendous problems in what sense. And then you also mentioned something else, which is the one colleague, Murat, who talked about much reliance on Western sources. The influence of ideology, I use the word ideology, on academia is tremendous. This thing about too much influence of Western sources is a debate that's across academia in Turkey. And it's interesting because when it comes to methodology, it has tremendous impact. I mean, I remember a conversation with my friend Emre, who in his university, especially at the graduate program, he can talk about it, it's full of foreign students, a lot of them coming from the non-Western world. There's no emphasis at all on methodology. You have to grade those papers.
They don't even recognize the word.
They don't even recognize the word. And so it's interesting that this, I mean, on the one hand, I am, you know, when I compare the Turkish educational system, especially the IR field, to the Greek IR field, I find a lot of benefits what Turkey is doing. That's why I mentioned to be that not organized and in Greece and so on. On the other hand, you see these creeping barriers, which is having a tremendous negative impact on the discipline, right? And then you talked about docent exam, the one exam where the state intervenes. You're usually promoted through your university, except for the associate of Athens with those, right? Under the old system, where I was interviewed. It is true, if on your committee you have colleagues from some of these Anatolian universities that do not have, because a lot of colleagues in Turkey, the 1,000 people involved, do not even have an international presence. In Greece, most colleagues do. We are a smaller community. Very few of them do not really have an international presence. But the others do have. But when you are judged on the base by, you know, full professors that have no presence at all, and all that they expect you is to know their works, because this is what happens, right? Totally esoteric process, to know exactly what they've written. And it has an impact ultimately on how you will get promoted, on your research and so on. So I just want to make this point because, you know, there are there's a lot of this bias there, especially this anti-Western discourse is having a tremendous impact, I think, across the discipline. While, of course, on the other hand, universities expect you to go out and apply for EU funding and any kind of other Western funding that's available to do your research, but with an anti-Western or growing anti-Western impact, which ultimately does influence the discipline, and then methodology becomes irrelevant, right? And theory even more so. That's
Okay, yes, please. Then perhaps you can address the comments and the questions. Then we can have a second round as we have more time now. Okay. Yes, Professor Yannis, please.
Then the question, the observation. Let's start from my observation. With regard to the methodological questions and theoretical approaches we talked before, I have to say that this is both issues very important. They are very important issues. You can understand that from going outside in Europe and taking part in European projects. I'm taking part in European projects, as most of you, I think, in big programs like Horizon. Then you have to make a proposal, and in the proposal, 1/3 of the proposal is about theory, about methods you use. So theory and methods are very important to all disciplines, not just to international relations, also to history and other sciences. So I think these two big issues are very important for me. We have to be clear what do we mean by theory, as we said before. What is theory? This is a very crucial question. And the other question is, what are the methods? Which methods do we use in sciences and international relations specifically? With regard to methods, I think there is a shortcoming in Greece, also maybe in Turkey, I don't know, but we don't have a clear concept. What do we mean by methods? We said about data analysis. We say about qualitative and quantitative methods of analysis, about comparative analysis, about, in history specifically, we talk about a top-bottom approach or bottom-top approach to the issues. So there are a lot of issues we have to study about and talk about this. And I think in Greece specifically, because I know the Greek case, I don't know the Turkish one, but from my experience, I can make an assumption that in European projects, the Greeks are not taking part in these projects, the big projects, especially as organizers of the proposal, not as partners. I can see many Greeks as partners, but not as leaders of the proposal. Why?
Germany.
I think the main shortcoming here is that the Greek students or the Greek academia do not have a solid background in theory and in methods. This is from my more than 20 years experience in academia. I can say that we have a shortcoming in this, in a big shortcoming in theory and in how do we approach questions and what methods, concrete, specific methods do we use analyzing an issue. For example, analyzing Greek-Turkish relations, because our subject today in this workshop is Greek-Turkish relations, not generally speaking, it's specific, our topic. So we have to examine what methods do we use in examining these relations. Do we use data analysis? What data analysis? Do we use qualitative methods, qualitative elements? What elements qualitative do we have specific? So my question here is about theory and about methods. Which is the dominant theory today in Turkey and Greece for approaching these Greek-Turkish relations? Is realism, is post-realism, is neo-realism, is liberalism, what's the main theory today, these days, for approaching Greek-Turkish relations, both in Turkey and in Greece? And what are the methods, the main methods we use in approaching these relations? With regard now, in relation to what you asked me about my influence from other sciences, it's certainly true this. I mean, by going to that department, the Mediterranean Studies, I went there as a historian. So I went there, I met other colleagues like Professor Antonis and other people there, very distinguished person, and I got influenced by them, certainly in international relations. So I started reading about realism, about liberalism, about Marxism, all these things, and tried to incorporate them in history. So now I use both sciences, history and international relations, in my analysis of events, of current events. For example, an issue for me is the importance of leadership. Are the leaders formulate policy? To what extent? What's the significance of leadership today? in analyzing events. So I use this method of leadership both to history questions and to international relation questions. So I got very much heavily influenced by international relations, and this was very positive to me. But I still remain a historian, of course. I study and I teach history, modern history, history of diplomatic history, or history of international relations. But I'm not a clear international relations scientist, but I got influenced by them. Thank you.
Would you like to continue collecting questions, or do you want to? Huh?
We can.
Okay, can I give you just? Shall we continue collecting?
I think you should give enough time to discuss.
Okay.
It's very important. Discuss.
Okay, do you mind having 2-3 minutes? Okay.
We can start.
Thank you. Influence. No, the key word is another. It's communication that matters. Science is communication and how we communicate. And do Greeks communicate well with each other? That's a thing. First things first. Paradox of Greek IR. Political restoration. We built up as a discipline, and the already established discipline of history, for example, become denationalized. I mean, Marxist approaches, constructive, post-structural approaches, and things like that. Not immediately. It was a gradual process. The Greek case has to face it. We speak method, I think, to students. Greek IR scholars, when they do teaching, they refer to methods. The problem is that when they do research, we don't speak research to each other. Hardly we speak research to each other. Generally, we hardly cite each other. Adenli was a professor. Adenli was mentioned. One of his complaints is to Turkish scholars, write also in Turkish and not just English. Here, the problem is that Greeks also should write in both Greek and English, but my recommendation is that Greek scholars should write more when they write in Greece, they should cite more in Greece. We are there, the work is there. There is a problem in Greek IR, we don't have so many journals. Where to communicate? Where is the forum of communication? And I've been given sociological explanation because once I appraised Turkish scholars, you write so many articles, you are gods and goddesses. Okay, we do write, but you know, we have so many journals because we are expected for our promotions to write in journals. But at the end of the day, the journal is important forum for communication. And even if the journal's interest is policy or whatever, it could be ground for methods, for discussing methods. And we don't see this in books or even textbooks. I mean, distinguished professors here were participated in a book, Directions of International Relations, 10 or 12 years ago. How much method was discussed there? But a bigger problem is that we can discuss and we can discuss about each other, but forum is lacking.
Thank you very much. Just want to share so much. Just a quick answer to your question about public administration and political science differentiation. It dates back to 1980 officially, 1982. So, you know, citizens should not be interested in politics so openly, and public administration seems a less, you know, a more innocent, less dangerous team, which would bring together all these scholars and their research agendas according to the military thinking. So this was a way of, you know, separating or limiting the research agendas, drawing the red lines from the research agendas of people. So, but I cannot really go into the detail, but I can send you some information about this, the effect of 1980. And I want to talk a little bit about Professor Saka's comments. So, as Turkish scholars in IR, we are really, how to say, struck between two opposing forces. The international scholars think that as we are based in Turkey, we cannot really think freely, we cannot really research in all areas we want to in a free way, and we cannot evaluate research in an objective and impartial manner, because if we put our candidacy for the European Journal of IR editorial board as a Turkish team, we found too Turkish. You should be multicultural, they said, and they said that as you are based in Turkey, which is currently suffering from some limitations, problems, challenges, then you cannot really evaluate proposed research to the journal in a global way. So they rejected our candidacy based on our Turkishness and being in Turkey. So this is the pressure coming from the international academic community. And Turkish academic community is expecting, especially junior scholars, to publish in Turkish, teach in Turkish, and contribute to the Turkish IR literature, telling the world to Turkey. So these are two opposing forces that shape the current Turkish IR community, which is emerging. And I want to also talk about Turkish-Greek relations. How is it studied? Duygu Sezer, who is an expert on NATO, especially, and Turkish-American relations, she complained that Turkish analyses are usually chronological narration of selected events. It's not a systematic process tracing. They are just trying to confirm a theory which is decided before starting the research, rather than testing it, in an honest way. So it's a selection bias. You just, take the examples, evidence that confirms the theory, the hypothesis. So she found this tendency. Access to official data is not easy for many scholars who are working especially on Iraq, Kurds, Armenia, but even EU scholars today in Turkey are finding it less and less easy to access the official archival data, interview data, statistics, because of the anti-Western ideology, which is on the rise. And I also want to just comment to Professor Triantafilou about students who are unaware of methods, as Emre also said. I also conducted some Zoom conversations with students I didn't know, who were part of PhD and master's programs in different Turkish universities. And they said, for example, they think that literature review is a research method. There is a confusion about this. And they think that literature review is enough to produce academic research at PhD level. And some of their professors confirm that. So there is a confusion about this. And they don't know how to properly cite work. They cite the citer rather than the original work, for example. So they are really risking plagiarism, and they are not aware of the self-plagiarism also. They think that if they publish out of their PhD thesis, it would be self-plagiarism. So they are really confused about methodological issues. So this shows that we need much more conversation and also teaching on method. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we are late for 10 minutes already, and we have a plan. I'm very happy to do the Mediterranean way in terms of timing, but unfortunately we have a plane to catch at 7. So we are already late for 10 minutes, and we have 4 scholars who want to contribute. So can you make no, please do so. We have Emre Bilginer.
Keep mine for the next session because it's also related with that.
Dr. Tsikanos, Dr. Antonis.
That was close. That was close to my name. It's Antonis. That's okay. I'm joking.
Deniz Kuru and Aslı Ergün. So 5. Can you make it in 30 seconds?
I actually want to just shortly reflect to your
25 seconds.
Should we be that strict?
1 or 2 minutes, okay.
Me?
You were the first QE, so
Yes.
if you wanna.
I need more.
Okay, if that's your choice.
about Turkey.
About what you said, and also your question about topic. Okay, I'm an early career scholar, but I have witnessed a lot of things lately. So, experience. So, yes, that's right. There are very different departments in Turkey: public administration and political science and international relations. I also graduated from international relations department. I never studied political science, but I was appointed as a political science scholar at the university. Anyway, in Turkey, unfortunately, with the regulations of Higher Education Council, they are changing everything according to the demands of the private universities. First of all, this is an economic issue at the same, because they are forcing the government. And unfortunately, last year, with the failures of many students in the Turkish university entrance exams, they removed the threshold. And even if you make one right answer on the university entrance exams, you can enter the university. Okay, maybe you will not go into very good department, but you will have a chance. Anyway, and also they are changing different regulations. Now they are focusing on foreign students, because these private universities are supposed to be non-profit, but they are profiting from foreign students. So, for example, my university has more than 5,000-6,000 graduate foreign students. And when they are coming for interview, we reject the candidate, but institute forces us to take the candidate, to evaluate again. And now they found another solution. There's no interview anymore. You just evaluate with their papers. So, and also, for example, in my first job, Dimitri knows very well, I have to supervise 14 dissertations and projects. And you know, this is the limit of Higher Education Council. If they put the limit on 30, they will assign me 30 students. So there are many issues until we come to the methodological part.
Structural issues.
Because I'm not an expert of methodology, but I had to teach in undergrad, master, and PhD in 3 semesters, research methods. But
You are not alone.
they don't know anything, but at least I try to teach them how to avoid plagiarism, how to be ethical. Some basic stuff, at least. And also one more thing, if I have.
Yeah, please.
It's the Mediterranean way.
For example, my bachelor is in Greek philosophy. Then I became a higher scholar with the master degree and PhD. And I had a chance to study in a very special department program, actually, Turkish Greek Studies master program, which was active for, I think, 4 years or something. And it was a really good department, but after the rapprochement era and there was no tension in Turkish-Greek relations, it lost popularity in Turkish-Greek studies. Then the Arab Spring started. Then they converted the program into Turkish-Greek, Middle East, and Balkan studies. Then they removed Turkish-Greek studies. Then in Turkey, we don't have such a school. For example, in my department, the university forces us to open new master programs. And we propose some programs according to our expertises. For example, we have some, all of the scholars in my department have different expertise skills, and we created some reports, but actually not even the university or Senate or Higher Education Council the international office decides which programs are going to be open. Even if there is no scholar in the department who can teach in this program. Because you have to teach everything.
Experts of everything.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Shall we continue with your story?
Okay. Three methodological remarks of methodological nature, mostly based on what Kyriakos has mentioned. About that theory and praxis nexus and my comments on Turkey. It seems to me you're happy with my comments regarding Turkey or Greek-Turkish relations, but not that happy about European studies or Europeanization and particular issues related to Europeanization. Well,
it could be applied to other cases.
Well, the thing here is that Europeanization, be it successful or not, is actually part of that broader or most important issue related to Turkey, especially when one refers to that nexus between theory and praxis. Okay, that's one comment. The second has to do with I've heard you're happy with the fact that we're not that Hellenic centric anymore. What is important, I think, is again whether we are Hellenic centric or not. What matters is to adopt and follow a scientific, that is theory-based approach, right? So it's not the thematic area we choose to elaborate on or to focus on, but rather in terms of methodology, how we do it. In the past, it seems that there were Hellenic-centric, no methodology. Then we moved to more broadened views and ideas about the regional affairs and the world itself, but we were still not following a particular methodological path. As time passes, it seems that we're moving towards being more, or be both Hellenic-centric and non-Hellenic centric, but touching upon and following particular methodological tools. That's the important thing. And the last point is about your remark about the lack of strategic culture as a methodological tool in analyzing various phenomena. There are two things here. Professor Tsaranidis has organized 2 months ago, that was a webinar. It's an online meeting with scholars advancing their ideas from different theoretical perspectives on Russia's invasion in Ukraine. Why? And there have been approaches, actually two different approaches from the realist path. Which was neorealism and neoclassical realism, plus constructivism and eclecticism. Okay, so that's number one about strategic culture. Number two, strategic culture, and not simply the idea or the notion of strategic culture, but also an elaboration of the strategic culture was the basic methodological tool in the work I mentioned before about understanding and explaining change in foreign policy. Okay, so
I was referring to the discipline.
right, but still, it seems that we're heading towards the right direction, which is good to mention.
Thank you. If we can finish in 10 minutes, we will be at least 30 minutes late. But let's try to finish in 10 minutes, so that we will be late for 30 minutes. Can we continue with Dr. Antonis Deriziotis? Please.
I have a question and a small comment. I will leave the question that goes to Dr. Is it Bukhari or Bukhari?
Bukhari.
Bukhari. I will ask you a question in lunch break. Small comment, though. It's actually a supplement to what Professor Trendafilou said earlier about when you're getting judged for promotion in Turkey, and many times you have to consider that some of your peers are people that only care whether you read their work and not whether you have worked on international biography, etc. We also have that in Greece, although we have a very small community, 1,000 plus scholars. In many cases, when you're getting judged for promotion in Greece, you need to make sure you have quoted the works of your peers, regardless of quality, because they're not always good. And because many of them, or several of them, are interested in whether you quote them and not if you have quoted international bibliography. So there is an issue there. And that, of course, when it comes to thinking of your promotion, you need to think of that, otherwise you get into trouble occasionally with your promotion. That's it, that's a small comment.
Do you have to sound patriotic in defending your research?
It's not necessarily that. It depends on the person, on the people you have that are your peers. It depends on the panel. It's not, that's not the rule, but there are cases that some people can affect many other members of the panel, etc. It's not always, let's put it, objective.
Middle of the road scholars right now coming this basically, so this does not really apply anymore. But it's all middle of the road scholars that really dominate the discipline itself. So it's more a personal relationship.
It is, it's the personal thing.
Shall we continue with Deniz Kuru?
My session is also okay for the next time.
Okay. Then we have Aslar Yorgan.
I will be very fast on the boundaries because I would like to reflect actually Professor Ioannis' very good question, which theory is dealing with Greek-Turkey relations. Since I'm also working on this issue, I can tell you that actually this is a very good and fruitful area for many scholars in Turkey, not IR actually. So especially the history and law people, they have this feeling that it's their baby and they have the custody. And as it's also part of the problem in Greek IR, they are very actually powerful also in IR discipline. So if you go to mainstream Greek IR relations productions, I mean articles, you can see that they are mainly from history or international law, diplomacy history. And it's a kind of actually challenge for the IR people here to take the custody. And I guess we are really successful about it. But now we have this actually the division between which theory is actually really talking about the issue. So now we have the realist people of IR. Of course, they are talking in a more IR and methodological theoretical way, but still charged with the national methodological nationalism. So as we have been talking about, so the realist approach people who are also mainstream IR people are charged with this methodological nationalism. Then comes actually this new generation of IR. I feel like I'm part of this generation that who brought actually more global, more liberal, more cosmopolitan understanding here. So now the new theories are getting into the picture, like constructivism, liberalism, internationalism, so even post-positivists, because they are also talking about the different, pieces of history. They are also actually now evaluating, assessing all the pieces of history in a different way than the historians. So all in all, I can say that actually this very, the custody of this area now belongs to three different areas in Turkey, scholarly networks, the history, law people, realist IR, and the rest.
I have a question for Dr. Michaelis, but also you can address it because I have no knowledge what's going on in this department in Turkey. I'm wondering why, me coming back from the United States to Greece, the first thing I noticed when I was trying to continue my studies here, and obviously I'm going back to the States, and this is one of the major reasons, is that there is not a strong positivist direction in no department. You cannot find like experts to create models, to do formal theory that requires in-depth mathematical knowledge, and combine this way IR with make it in an interdisciplinary way that this is a basis to truly inform governance, because that's what we need in regional systems like ours. It's not just discussing abstract about theory, we're just philosophers. We need to link theory to governance. And in order to do that, we need to find those methodological tools that will allow us in turbulent subsystems to do that. So I was wondering, I want to ask Dr. Michaelis, why they're resisting computational social science? Is it because they do not have the funding? Is it because everybody is so concerned with the realist research program that maybe is not very conducive to allow databases? Is it because we do not have extensive databases? Why we don't create regional databases in the way the ICAO project or the COW project that got the ATSA award exists in the USA? And this way we can, many countries can draw from those databases, overcome the selective bias that Didem mentioned before, and also overcome methodological nationalism, which would be the first step to overcome nationalism. Because this is one of the main issues in subsystems like the East Med, for example. So I don't want to go very far, it's a whole discussion. But yeah, and if you could also let us know in this department how Turkish departments are approaching computational social sciences, if they're embraced. Thank you.
Would you like to respond? Or is there anything you would like to say as final words?
Some basic stuff is indeed being done. Advanced stuff, I'm afraid not so much. You gave the reasons, actually, lack of data and things like that. We do have a problem, I think, also as a community, not in separate cases, but as a community of departments, there is a problem in the postgraduate level in having the student realize what he has to do in terms of various facets of methodology and or even ethics for that matter. I'm thinking of the Hellenic Center of Social Research. They do generate some bases, some databases, but they usually are not. They are not linked to international relations. So things have gone much more better, and in political science per se, in comparative politics, that is, you can find data in order to generate quantitative analysis, but not so much with, still not so much with IR.
Thank you very much. Given the limitations we talked about, there is some room for optimism in Turkish IR community. I should also emphasize that while ending this session. There is Akın Ünver, for example, who got awards for this computational statistical research, big data research that he's leading in Turkey, and it is really encouraged by many institutions, scientific institutions in Turkey. So there is some room for optimism, hopefully, for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for the contributions, presentations. I think it was very good in terms of providing the background and mentioning the shortcomings of both Greek and Turkish communities in terms of methodology. So I think we will have a lunch break.
We shall convene again, not at 1:30, perhaps 10 minutes later, okay? Because according to the program, the third session starts at 1:30. We shall start at 1:40 at the latest.
all the
Eat fast.
Session. The title is Main Themes and Teaching Issue. You know me, my name is Antonis, Department of Political Science, Professor of Modern History. And I think this topic, main themes and teaching issues, is very important. How do we teach Greek-Turkish relations in university mainly, but also in schools? Secondary education is very important to know. Which methods do we use in teaching Greek-Turkish relations, and on what specific issues do we give emphasis on? And another issue which for me is very important, examining teaching issues, is how we relate teaching on Greek-Turkish relations in universities and schools with the so-called public history on Greek-Turkish relations, that is history as it's formulated by public means, as TV, newspapers, public opinion, internet, and various other means for historians themselves. Okay, so we have now two distinguished speakers. The first one is Denis Guru, is from the Department of Political Science, Goethe University, Frankfurt. And the second one is my colleague in the University of the Aegean, Charalambos, and also director of the Institute of International Economic Relations. We have 15 minutes the most to talk about, so we start from Denis on main themes and teaching issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking Professor Ergül Jörgensen for having invited me to this wonderful occasion to discuss together with you distinguished guests and organizers the present and hopefully the prospects of Turkish and Greek IR. I also thank Professor Lambos Sardanidis for having been hosting us today here. As my background is kind of in disciplinary sociology and history, I want to start by offering a framework. The Danish people didn't just give a second chance to royal families in this country, but also provided some nice frameworks for disciplinary sociology. So one of them is actually with us, Professor Jorgensen. He offered a framework that distinguishes between the political culture in a given country, the organizational culture, the internal elements of habits and professional discourses shaping IR. A colleague of his, Professor Lewever, offered a similar framework based on 3 layers of society and polity, social sciences in that country, and intellectual activities pertinent to IR itself. So I'm going to broaden this in an easier way and to discuss Turkish IR in the context of the political situation, the general academic conditions that prevail in Turkey, and the IR-specific IR-pertinent points that shape Turkish IR. Let me start with the political context, which kind of very much influences today's IR teaching and research in Turkey. The hiring processes in general are not to a significant extent shaped by the universities themselves. Earlier there used to be the general impact of the Higher Education Council YÖK, but these days also through some anecdotal evidence we could say that the hiring process is very much shaped by some governmental preferences and choices. And the last example we have even seen in one of the last bastions of academic kind of semi-independence post-Boris University, the way in which it was kind of taken over. Another aspect that affects Turkish IR is the growing polarization. It's not just an issue with regard to the society, but also I started to notice within the academic context, there started to emerge a kind of pro-governmental scholarly body and a kind of anti-governmental one. The question being whether one could kind of remain neutral under the constantly changing, shifting dynamics in the Turkish political context, which affects you in that way or another way. This also is a case that's valid for private universities, so that one could sadly speak of a kind of Gleichschaltung, quite difficult thing to deal with. In this regard, I want to tie these developments to the use of postmodern and postcolonial literature for certain political ideological agendas, which has been noticeable for some years by some rather anti-Western or pro-government scholars who have started to develop distinct pan-Islamist or neo-Ottomanist research agendas, which are therefore using to some extent these literatures. So it's kind of a hijacking of the original post-colonial, postmodernist literature for some political purposes, I would assert. The political divergences are also related to the identity issues. I don't need to go into detail. Some of them were already mentioned by my colleagues directly or indirectly. The urban and rural universities with their different structures, the different ideological options available to nationalist, Kemalist, liberal, leftist, or Islamist scholars. And also the position of minority groups, certain taboo topics included. A second dimension then relates to the issue of academia in general. One important dimension relates to the post-1980 coup developments and the growing internationalization of Turkish IR in the sense of Englishization. So the language traditionally has been Turkish, and the first institute of higher education that had IR programs, the Ankara University's Faculty of Political Sciences, where I was an undergrad student, they keep the Turkish language option, but many private universities and even state universities which were established after the 1970s, they focused more on English language teaching, which presumably offers more options to internationalize not just the staff, the academic body, but also the students. In line with certain things already mentioned by previous thinkers, there is a growing interest in studying abroad, and interestingly enough, the new academic structure with some 200 universities or more made it quite easy to open up new IR departments. So today different figures were mentioned. I also found some different numbers, but let me jump to this information. Each year some 15,000 new students enter IR departments, which gives you a figure of around 60,000 to 70,000 students in general, a very huge number, who are right now studying as undergrads IR, and 114 universities, some 70 of them state and 40 odd universities being private universities. We have 800 to 1,000 university staff, depending on the numbers you take on the futures you focus on, who teach and deal somehow with IR. So that's one option. With regard to the academia, an interesting development concerns the Erasmus process, which I observed was very much a chance to internationalize and to Europeanize Turkish educational system, and that offered not just the option for more guest lecturers, but also for students to go abroad, to stay there for some time, to return and to get more into touch with different developments. This was primarily at the in the first years, a privilege of private universities, but now it also covers state universities, even in the more rural areas. With regard to the IR-specific, IR-pertinent dimensions that kind of explain certain aspects of Turkish IR teaching and IR scholarship in general, in line with the previous things which have been underlined by two colleagues, there has been a kind of distancing from earlier descriptive approaches and more efforts to theorize. The quality and the quantity of those theorizing efforts can be questioned, but the increase in international publications, the involvement in global and European projects shows that there is a process of going beyond mere analysis of foreign policy, which was very much a construction of the Cold War period. With regard to the Cold War period, there was a certain Cold War mentality, which I assume also prevails to some extent in the Greek post-Civil War process period. The security issues were prevalent and realism was the given of the day. One interesting remark that I would like to make concerns the role of even scholars who would be associated with a Marxist background, such as Baskın Orhan, one of the leading earlier figures of Turkish IR. They have developed a kind of Marxist realist analysis of world politics and international relations. And if you read one of the major textbooks, which was published some 15 years ago in different editions, also henceforth, you will see that the analysis of Turkish foreign policy is very much shaped by this let's say, interwovenness of Marxist and realist analysis. So there is this position given for power, interstate relationships based on military and economic power, but also the background conditions such as the class struggles and the importance of certain IP issues. So that's important. With regard to the previous issues that I mentioned, there is also now a new interest on homegrown approaches. The name of Ersel Aydınlı came up today, so he was one of the first scholars to talk about possibilities of developing a kind of homegrown theorizing of international relations, supposedly Anatolian school of IR. One of the examples he used concerned the Davutoğlu case. Of course, we now know that the idea of strategic depth is quite in its own depth, so that didn't work well, but different, especially younger generation scholars are also trying to find some ideas in the Turkish or Islamic political philosophies, ideas, and also historical cases that pertain to the Ottoman or early Republican periods to develop some Turkey-pertinent, if not Turkey-based focused approaches. One related thing concerns the role of area studies. In different presentations today we heard about it. In the Turkish case it was very much different scholars doing area studies, but there wasn't much of a linguistic dimension. So you could become as an expert of the Middle East without speaking any Arabic or Hebrew or Persian. This now is changing. I could promote one of my good colleagues, Associate Professor Hazal Papuçular, who learned Greek and Italian to write an interesting book about the Dodecanese issue. I hope one day it will be translated into Greek. It was quite popular in Turkey also with regard to the constant internal kind of divisions regarding the history of those islands. One thing that we also indirectly touched today, and I think it's relevant, is the issue of Western impact. And there I want to be a bit more specific. It concerns the role of the Anglo-American academia. We have been always using this concept of Western, but if we go to the basics of the things, it's much more an Anglo-Saxon impact. I have to ask my Greek colleagues perhaps later, but in the Turkish case, for instance, if you want to access one of the leading French language archive sites, Cairn, only Bilginer and Galatasaray University, which is anyway a French language institution, they have access. So those kinds of things, and also the overview of different literatures, you see it's just some American and British scholars. So there is no connection to other languages, only if it takes place in English. So that's a bit a problem. But as I said, in the case of area studies, you are seeing a growing number of scholars who get into connection with the different local languages. And I would also like to hear about the Greek case. One good development is that there is a huge industry of major translations of very important IR theoretical works from English to Turkish. That's especially very important for those students and faculty who are teaching at rural universities and don't necessarily have the best, let's say, access to English language resources for different reasons. So that's very important. As I said, the increase in important international journals is visible, but also there are some problems with bad practices at home, with some unnecessary focus, again, according to Higher Education Council regulations concerning some proceedings and some kind of fake journals that are still sometimes showing up in CVs. Many of us were these days at EISA, and I think you were also able to observe yourself that there is a focus on non-Turkey related things, because earlier it was security issues and some, as you said, threat perceptions played a role also in the Turkish case. But now you see that younger generation, they are working on popular culture issues, on issues that have to do with, I don't know, environmental issues, nothing directly tied to Turkey. So there is a very visible enrichment of those aspects. How many minutes do I have?
2 minutes.
Okay. I have some 2 points as recommendations. I would like to use the Q&A session perhaps to come with some recommendations and some provocations for this very meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denis, for your interesting speech about the tendencies, past and present tendencies in the study of Greek-Turkish relations and international relations in general. Thank you very much. Can I proceed with Professor Tsavanidis?
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
No, he's joking, yeah. So I have two parts in my presentation you could see there. First of all, I'll try to describe the main characteristics. Also, I include not only teaching, but also research in my paper, in my presentation, and the second part will focus on the main issues of concern. So, as far as the main characteristics is concerned, the research on Greek foreign policy themes, not teaching here, is Hellenic-centric. You see a lot of articles and books, even if it is in Greek or it is in English, you see that they are focusing on Greece. And from that, having said that, the main field of research is on Greek-Turkish relations, which is dominant. And this is why we have recently made a research, and is going to be published, about how many books on international relations, international politics, are focusing on Greek-Turkish relations, sorry, not on Turkey, I have to say something about that, but on Greek-Turkish relations in comparison with Greek-American relations, with Greece-Europe relations, and so on and so forth. The majority of these books is concentrated on Greek-Turkish relations. And I have asked the publishers why they trend to publish works on Greek-Turkish relations, which are not very deep, the majority of them. Huh? Because the Greek customers buy this topic. They want to read, to study this topic. The problem, of course, here is what kind of education they could have from these books, which most of them are not of quite scientific value. The other theme, which is quite popular for research, is the Balkans and the Middle East. So having said that, however, there is a development. As Panayotis has earlier pointed out, since 1980, European studies, due to the accession of Greece to the European Union, have been flourished. New departments or new directions in the national departments have been found dealing exclusively in European studies. How European Union is working, theory of European integration, all these kinds of things, decision-making in the European Union have been introduced in teaching. And by this way, there was also a substantial research dealing with European Union. In addition, what I said, because Greek-Turkish relation is still there, in addition to Greek-Turkish relation European studies, in the 90s, we have in the curriculum of the university, but also in research, regional dynamics focusing through international political economy, which, as you know, international political economy is a new branch of international relations. So many people have studied abroad international political economy and starting research about globalization, regionalism, and also development studies, mainly from let's say, as European studies, from a liberal point of view. So the dominant theory was still the realist, neo-realist, especially neo-realism, but starting a new theoretical approaches be used. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the research field has been expanded towards strategy planning, crisis management, and through some people who have adopted constructivism, especially social constructivism, started researching and teaching about the notion of identity and its impact on foreign policy, and especially on Greek foreign policy. And of course, the concept of sovereignty. So this is more or less the way in which the international relations research and teaching has been developed in Greece during the last, let's say, 30 years. Now, about the main issues of concern. First of all, despite the fact that what I have said, there is limited areas of research. There are many areas of research which has not been touched by Greek professors and academics. The focus on the regional and thematic aspects of Greece foreign relations still tends to predominate over the production of original theoretical insights. I agree with Professor Tsakonas that Greece, that the theoretical insights are very weak, and not only using theory, but also the methodology of how they proceed and analyze theory. But having, and also that the Greek academia was unable to produce something which is Greek theoretical aspect. For example, I have in my mind, let's say, Iceland, where in the University of Reykjavik there is an institute on small states foreign policy, and they were able to produce theory about small states. Meanwhile, in Greece, there is no such thing. I agree on that. If you mean Panayotis, just for the sake of the argument, that there is no theory in Greece, or sufficient theory, or I agree. But on the other hand, we have to admit what Dimitris has pointed out, that there is a development, that the Greek scholars now, not only abroad, but also in Greece, they try to use theoretical approaches in their analysis, and sometimes they are criticizing the current themes in some aspects in theory, and they try to contribute as well on that. You mentioned the issue of Europeanization and the Europeanization. There is a contribution, I think, on that by some Greek scholars on that. And this is obvious from the production in literature in English, also in edited volumes and in very influential international journals, peer-reviewed journals. But the Greek scholars' insistence with the realist, neorealist problematic, and some have adopted also the neoclassical realism, is still there. And I was surprised when we conducted a research a few years ago about which theory you use. We have made a research on the Greek scholars, and the majority were adopting neorealism. And I was surprised when the female scholars also adopted not constructivism or something else, which perhaps you are waiting to see, but realism. So also our colleagues, female colleagues, are also in favor of neorealist problematic. Another aspect.
So they're ready to join the army.
Yeah. So not enough studies also exist in teaching on foreign policy analysis. There are, but not enough, especially on decision making. So because there are not such substantial research on foreign policy analysis, and especially of foreign policy analysis of Greek foreign policy, they are unable to produce research linking the domestic developments with the external environment. This linkage is still missing, although there are some research on that, but there are very few indeed. Another aspect is that there is a zero-sum approach towards academic adversary, at least until 10 years ago, not nowadays. These academic adversaries had a detrimental effect on the potential for fruitful dialogue. You stayed in Sigru Avenue. I don't know some of you, in a hotel in Sigru Avenue. I don't know if you have noticed that there were some stones there of a wall, like Berlin Wall, dividing the center of Athens, the department, in other words, of political science of University of Athens, and on the other hand, it was Panteion University. And due to personality, there was a fight, not for some substantial issue, but I think mainly due to personalities. And Chaponas was a researcher when I was assistant professor at Panteion University, and he knows very well what I'm talking. Okay, in order to have different approach, for example, we are in favor of realism, it's okay, and the others are more liberal. This is very fruitful to have a dialogue, but this was not this case. It was mainly for personal causes, which this had a tremendous effect in the 1980s and in the mid of 90s on the young scholars, because they were afraid to express themselves. If they had an affiliation with the other department, they were really in problem. Yeah, this happens in other parts of the world. Yes, but the main effect. Yes, but the main effect is that there was no fruitful dialogue. This is my point. Yeah. Okay, but nowadays the situation is much better. If it was 10 years ago and this institute could have co-organized with the Institute of International Relations such a thing, it was impossible. Or with ELIAMEP, it was impossible to do that. But nowadays we are able to cooperate, and we have cooperated. We have signed an agreement, all the main institutes in Greece, how to deal with Chinese studies in Greece. And we have organized a conference a few years ago. So the situation is much better in that respect. So I have 2 minutes. And another aspect is not enough number of scholars researching specific regions or countries, although some progress has been achieved. As in the Balkans, in the Middle East Asia also, there is a great progress on that, about China and East Asia studies. But the strange thing is, I have already mentioned about the Greek-Turkish relations, but there are few scholars, with the exception of Antonis here, who are specialized in Turkey, who are specialized on the domestic aspects of Turkish society, of Turkish economy, of Turkish foreign policy towards Central Asia, for example, or Africa and Latin America. There are very few scholars. We are specialized on Greek-Turkish relations, but not in Turkey. So many academics, I'm not speaking about common people in the street, they are not able to understand what really is going on in Turkey, because they are unable to follow the developments in Turkey, and Turkey is a big country next to us. We have a lot of issues, and if you don't understand what is going on in Turkey, how is able to suggest policy recommendations in order to solve the problems with Turkey?
It's worse, actually. They are convinced they are very well known what Turkey is about.
Yeah,
no reason to
but they are totally ignorant. So another is that the importance attributed to the Finns faction as a science serving the national interest. We have already mentioned that this is also the case, or it was the case in Turkey. This was vividly demonstrated in the connections maintained between international relations scholars and politicians or policy makers. And there was a division between the patriots, let's say, and nationalists versus the compliant academics and realists, which, of course, this is the two edges of the line. But this was the case, that there was two divisions of line. If you were trying, for example, to say, just a moment, we have made mistakes, for example, as far as the Cyprus problem is concerned. Let's say the coup d'etat against Makarios in 1974. Oh, they are looking you, some other people, that you are not enough patriotic, although I'm exaggerating a little bit, but just to demonstrate what was the situation, but it still is. For example, the case of the Macedonian question and the name of Macedonia, of Northern Macedonia. There was a conflict. And why? Because many Arab people wanted to be much more friendly to the government or to the opposition, especially to the opposition, in order to. They made in a sedation dialogue policy. And there is no sufficient. Finally, there is no, this is my final point, there is not sufficient number of institutes and think tanks conducting research. 3, 4, perhaps. So it's only in my 4 fingers of the one hand. Although what we are seeing nowadays is the proliferation of some other institutes, especially dealing with defense and security matters, which are set up by ex-general and ex-military people, which I not consider these institutes as institutes. This is why I'm talking about semi-institutes or semi-think tanks. They are not conducting research. They only is a forum of dialogue. And finally, about the think tanks, is that they were, in the 90s, there was a trend that the state could set up some institutes, some think tanks. For example, the Ministry of Defense set up the Defense Institute. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs set up an institute dealing again with Center of European Studies. But there was no funding, enough funding of that. And then all of them, 2 or 3, they closed down. So this was lack of funding. And the diplomats or the people in the Ministry of Defense, they didn't like to have suggestions of a think tank affiliated with the ministry and being involved in their advice. So they managed that these institutes will not be enough to influence the decision making. So I'll stop here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Karalabe, for your impressive points mentioned before. You're right about research and about institutes. I mean, in Europe, as we well know, institutes are fundamentally funded, not by the state, but by research projects. Here in Greece, it's different. Some institutes are dependent by the state. So let's go now to questions. Denise and Haralabos. Any question, please? Yes.
Hellenic Observatory at LSE, London School of Economics, is very active as far as I understand, because I was a visiting fellow there.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Hellenic Observatory at London School of Economics. Observatory. Yes, Hellenic Observatory.
Yeah.
It is very active. It is inviting scholars and students to London. And I think it expands the research agendas and networks with international scholarly community. And there are many Greek students in London or in UK universities. And they are, as far as I remember, they were all working on Greece. There is a similar tendency in Turkish students who are in London or in the UK. They also write their thesis about Turkey. And many professors in Turkey who were not trained in abroad, who were, for example, graduates of Ankara University, they criticize the fact that Turkish students abroad write about Turkey, especially Turkey's democratization or human rights violations, problems with Turkish democracy. So they criticize that. Is there a similar tendency in Greece, in Greek academia, about these students, PhD students, who get their degree from the UK, based on their dissertation research on the deficiencies of Greek economy or Greek democracy, or I don't know. Is there a similar tendency? This is a question for you. And a quick question for Deniz. There are many Turkish scholars who are now conducting simulations for students to teach IR theories, European affairs. Do you think, is it possible to have a Turkish-Greek dialogue or, I don't know, a simulation which would help students role play and find a solution maybe? Thank you very much.
Who's going to ask first? Okay, repeat it. Yes.
I haven't heard about it today, so I was wondering whether there exists an active IR association, Greek IR association. Do you have an IR association? Is it active? Do you have annual conferences? Or is there a political science association under which you are more actively participating? And yeah, that was the question.
Answer the question.
Yes, I can answer. Yes, you are right. It's a similar case like Turkey that Greek academics have studied in different institutions, especially in England, in France as well, and in the United States. They're coming back from Greece. Especially this happened in the 1980s when it was possible through the European funds to create new departments. And there was a proliferation all over Greece of new departments. Every city has a new department. And this happens also with political science. But also there was some disadvantage. First of all, the creation of these new departments was created not because there was a need of creating that. It was, some of them they were created for clandestine reasons, let's say, or political reasons. One of them was the Department of Mediterranean Studies, Dimitris. We know very well how this was created. It was for many reasons which has to do with the local economy. And there were departments of political science, which is very easy to set up. It's on the desk, blackboard, class, and that's all. There is no, like the medicine school laboratories. So the local MPs were pressing the governments in order to expand the departments, in order students go there and have rest and pay for the restaurant, for the rooms, and so on and so forth. So this also is a general remark, also doesn't apply only on international relations, generally to the social sciences. So, but in the last 20 years, there is another trend. Many people who are studying abroad international relations and political science, they prefer to stay abroad. For example, in England, you could find Greek scholars everywhere. In Germany, in France, especially in England, in the United States, or even some of them to go to Turkey and find a job there. Yes, do you know that? And so we have very good scholars in Turkish university, in Metin University, in Bilgi, which are dealing also with Turkey. No, no. Kadir has as well, you know. You know, I have been there as well. And by this way, the Greek academia was important by Turkey. Meanwhile, there is not the other way around, which will be very useful, if I might say so, because the Greek law obliges the professor to speak Greek language.
How many years?
No, it's still there, I think. Nowadays, however, it has been changed because now the new law allows English speaking departments to be set up. For the time being, it was only postgraduate courses. I remember I had a fight with professors in Panteion when I started speaking that we have to introduce English language. They said, no, the Greek language is it's something which have to keep on and to defend it. Meanwhile, the Maltese, they have their own language, but their university are in English. So about your answer about the associations, yes, there is a Greek association of international law and international relations, which was set up in 1985, something like that, if I remember well. And there were both international law people and international relations as well. But they managed to coexist for quite some time, and then the international law occupied, let's say, the leadership. And so the international relations people were a minority, and now they are not very active in this, the Hellenic Association of International Law and International Relations. There are other associations as well, which have been recently set up. A Council of Foreign Relations was set up, but also this is an initiative of some people in order to keep together and to organize a forum rather than an association as such. So this is more or less the situation. No, they have organized conferences, yes. The Hellenic Association of International Law also they managed to publish a journal for quite a few years, which was dealing both with international law and international relations, but stopped for quite a few years now. And what Kyriakos has said, this is true, that there are, in comparison with Turkey, which are academic journals, not only in Turkish, but also in English. There are quite few journals which are also peer review. But in Greece, we have very few journals for that. Of course, there is an exit to the international journals, and the Greek academics in Greece, which are ambitious and want to make an international career, they trend to publish not in Greek, but in English in international journals.
Just to add something to this, yes. Because I think Bukari said something about the Hellenic Observatory, the London School of Economics, I think, which is a center giving funds to Greek students who want to undertake projects. You asked how students from these kind of institutions, like the Hellenic Observatory, I think it's under Professor Fedaston. Yeah, okay. How these students are incorporated in the Greek system. You asked something like that. How these students are...
The academic you meant, or the students?
Students and scholars.
and scholars, how they are incorporating the Greek academic community after finishing their research in India.
Many of them have come back, and now they are academics because there was a young scholars a conference every year run by the Hellenic Observatory, but not a substantial number. Not a substantial number, as far as I know. They present their work, PhD students, but the majority, if I looked the list, were from British university, not from Greece. The majority were from around Europe. Yeah.
They are seen a bit suspicious because of their interest in studying the deficits of Turkey. They are too Europeanized for Turkey.
Yeah.
So other questions, let's go on with other questions.
Is there a center at the London School of Economics?
Yes, Turkish chair is not acting like the Hellenic Observatory.
Okay.
It's not welcoming Turkish scholars and Turkish students.
Is this the one
equally,
which is run
because of the
by...
polarization.
There is a chair.
It's Pamuk was
Right,
the
Pamuk,
former
right.
chair, but then Esra Özürek came, and she wasn't interested in giving fellowships to Turkish. She was interested in giving fellowships to German students. So Hellenic Observatory is, an institution that I really look up to.
Very important.
Can I just add something about observatory is an exception? In what sense? After starting with the Greek director, the decision was taken, no, we appoint someone who's not Greek, who's been a director for a long time. This is help. Professor Kevin Featherstone is not Greek. As opposed to other research centers that focus on Hellenic studies abroad, where my graduate school, it's always a Greek professor coming every 3 years or 4 years and so on, and that's not functioning as well as it should. Because then internal political dynamics are the Hellenic Observatory, so as opposed to having, okay, I understand why Shepard was giving the thing first, but maybe you should switch to somebody who's, Featherstone is someone who has a reputation, he follows Greek issues, he's an internationally well-known scholar, and he has brought stability to it, which also allows it to sort of not, supersede political dynamics in Greece, right? All governments are open to working with Hellenic Observatory. But when the Hellenic Observatory comes to Greek funding, Greek institutions do provide funding.
Bank of Greece, for example, substantial fund.
And I think the fact that it's Featherstone and not someone called Galapidis Avanidis Draconas has contributed to its success. And I think this is an exception in that sense. I cannot think of any other IR focused, Hellenic studies focused research center abroad that has this continuity. But it's a model that, few are willing to take. I was at the Fletcher School, that there was someone who gets a position, maybe a Greek American, an international scholar that focuses on this region, and would give the Karamanlis chair much more visibility. Yeah. But it's not. It actually is a function of Greek political dynamics. So the Hellenic Observatory is really an exception, for me at least, in the way it functions.
Is Featherstone leading?
Well, he's retiring actually, so we'll see what happens.
A Greek?
I don't know.
I don't know. Inside the London School of Economics,
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's part of the European Institute, and they will decide who the successor is going to be.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Actually, I have a different question. It's not a continuation. So, just out of curiosity, I want to ask about a project which was happening at the early 2000s, as far as I remember, in Greece. At that time, I was actually trying to write about Turkish-Greek relations and the identity issue, and I had the chance to talk to Antonis Veremis. It was, if I'm not mistaken, 2006 or 7 maybe, and he was, I guess, part of this project about rewriting the history textbooks of Greece and just making them more impartial, and then just cleaning out all these prejudiced notions about the Turks. So actually he was really enthusiastic about it, and also there was this collaboration with Boğaziçi University within this context. I guess Hakan Yılmaz was actually part of that project. So Herkül Milas was also a part of the project. And I guess it was mainly for primary and secondary schools. But at that time, Professor Verevis said that they also had the opinion to actually make it more for also the university, textbooks and the idea. But then actually somehow I lost, I couldn't actually find more information about it. I'm just curious, so did it end somehow, or do you still feel the positive impact of those changes? Are there any other projects about, rewriting this unprejudiced history? Both for Turkey and Greece, obviously. So I'm just curious about the situation now.
Would you like to respond to this?
I just make a comment that maybe would enlighten. We taught Greek-Turkish relations in university for 7 or 8 years. The first time I got into the classroom, I was shocked looking at the students getting shocked from me telling them about the myths in Greek-Turkish relations that they learn at school. The myths about Greek revolution, several myths have been inserted to make more epic revolution. The myths in the Cyprus issue, some of them were answered by professors. The fact that the issues in the Aegean Sea are not just the way Greece sees them, there is another thing. Students in school books that is, have not really changed much. I don't know the last 3-4 years.
It turned out not to be a successful project.
No, there was an issue back then with a book about Izmir and the case Greeks leaving Izmir, hearing the Turkish army coming in. So due to that, the whole project I think was cancelled, turned upside down, and this never really worked.
Yeah. It's not even written.
The Repucci book.
But it's not only the school books. I mean, it's a wider issue.
Yeah.
May I say something? Just to comment. Okay, Thanos Verevis, a historian, colleague of mine, and it's true that he tried to overcome the scheme that there was until then. Which was that scheme? Was that the Greek were the good and the Turkish were the bad. I mean, two sides. So he tried to balance this and to be more objective with regard to historical text. So I think he was heavily criticized here in Greece by some people. Some began to dispute his personality or his quality in history. There were some people, especially nationalist people, who were very angry about this new history, about Turkish-Greek relations, because Verevis dealt with the revolution, the war of independence, Greek war of independence, dealt with the Asia Minor disaster, with the Cyprus issue, with various kinds of issues, trying to be as much objective as it could. I think his motives were good, were nice, these motives, because you have to take into account the other side as well, not just the Greek side, but also how the Turkish people or the Turkish community or the Turkish academia see the events from their point of view. For me, this is very important to take into account the other side. So his motives were good. I know the result can be positive or can be negative about the result. The result, I mean, the texts that were produced with regard to this new kind of history. I have some doubts about the result, but his motives were good, and I agree with his motives. As I said, you have to take into account the other side.
Can I say something? I remember an American journalist in the 1980s to say that the Greeks regard the Turks as bullies and the Turks regard the Greeks as cheats. And I wonder if this phrase, I mean, 35 years later, is still valid. And I think that it is, to a large extent, still valid. I mean, the Turks regard us as cheats, then we continue to regard them as bullies.
This in public history, not in the community, not in the academic community.
Not in the academic community, I mean the public perception.
It's the
And it's
embedded value
it's
there.
the television, it's the media, it's the social media. I mean, school books, I think, their real impact is far less than it used to be in the 1970s or in the 1980s. You do not change public perceptions by rewriting school books. It's such a wide project. I mean, you need a real campaign to change mentalities.
If I may comment just a very small moment, there is a big connection, at least in Greece, between media and academics, which doesn't always work in favor of scientific towards, because there are academics, of course, few, I hope there are only few, that tend to live through the popularity given to them by media, and they seek getting into the media to say their views or to say views that are popular to the society. Or also media, television stations, to invite these specific academics. No, it's not just one. You know one, yes, but there are more than that. Of course, most academics, they come up and they say their view, the scientific view, but there are several ones, usually you see them too often. And they live through that. This causes a problem because it's okay to have a dialogue on TV and have an argument on the scientific basis, but sometimes it's just optionist. It's not academic, and that, of course, usually it's something that the society tends to find more familiar. And when they familiarize with that, it's even more difficult because these are not 10-year-old kids in school. These are 20, 30, 50-year-old people that they just remember what they were taught in the school books and think, okay, I'm listening to this again, so what I was taught back then is still valid today. So it becomes even more difficult to change the ideas of society. So that's it.
I have a question in regards to that because I understand the discussion has shifted to our perceptions of the other and ourselves in relation to the other. So I was wondering, I cannot speak about Turkish universities since I have never studied in Greece. This is a question I have right now for the Greek scholars in a symposium. Has there ever been a discussion, not in a Turkish-Greek department like the one that was probably in Turkey, I don't know if there is in Greece, but in regular departments like the one that exists at Panteion University or the University of Athens, about having courses that are on Turkish philosophers and the major Turkish scholars, theorists, who have contributed to IR, to the field of IR, that can be an elective course that new theorists are taking or people who are studying international studies. And this way they can start a discussion, formulate about the strategic culture of the other side. We can understand how the other side sees the world. I mean, from the undergraduate level even, how their perceptions about our region. And I think this would be the best way, not only to understand the other, but also have Greek scholars start formulating foreign policy and strategic culture based exactly on what the Greek state needs. So do we have courses like that in the Greek universities? We do.
We do, for example, we use as a major textbook for Conceptual theories of nationalism. Several
Okay. Other questions, please, just for a few minutes, because we have to go with the next panel.
No. There are three people
Three
here.
people to ask.
You are the one.
You are the chairman.
To coordinate.
Jürgensen wants to speak. Sakana,
Okay.
I want to respond.
Okay. That will be as short as you can.
I don't have a perfect picture of Greek or Turkish political culture, but I think it's not too wrong to say that there is a certain segment that you would characterize as anti-Americanism. There's also a certain segment you could characterize as anti-Europeanism, where people are because they believe that is the right thing to be. And I know that Dennis Guru has written very good articles about how, let's say, anti-Westernism, which often goes under the rubric of Eurocentrism or critique of Orientalism or post-colonial studies, how that has been embedded in the academic culture. So my question is, to which degree has such embeddedness, to which degree does that also characterize Greek academic culture?
This question is to both or to
Who was the...
demonstrants?
Μετά στο τέλος.
Okay, first. Another question? You collect all the questions. You want to collect all the questions?
It's not a question.
It's a comment.
It's a comment. It's a comment. Actually, what Haralabos said about think tanks. I would like to link that need of more serious think tanks appearing in the debate, the domestic debate, with what I have highlighted with regard to the production of three particular types of knowledge I mentioned, and particularly the second one, which has to do with the production of favoring conditions. It seems to me, actually, it does not seem to me only, but I think that's common sense, that for this type of knowledge to be produced, there is a need for collective action, for action taken by think tanks, not particular personalities or people. So there is a need for a kind of a critical mass be created for producing all these types of knowledge, meaning that we have to address particular collective research projects instead of individually coming up with ideas about, this thing or that thing. The next comment has to do with the start of Haralabos' presentation about Hellenic centric approaches from academics and researchers in Greece. To me, and in my view, Greek foreign policy, I found Greek foreign policy a very interesting laboratory, for that offers opportunities for producing original theoretical insights. To the extent we are looking for the production of original theoretical insights, Greek foreign policy is indeed, or regional thematic aspects of Greece's foreign policy, are indeed do offer excellent opportunities. But there is a but here, on the condition that one uses the theoretical and methodological tools that are on the edge of the debate. And towards what? Towards advancing what is called middle range theories. In the past, we've been experiencing, especially in the 90s, and I'm referring, what I have in mind is a particular person, Iphistos, who used to analyze international politics through a single grand theory, or simply applying grand theories on issues of Greece's foreign policy. Most of the time by defending an a priori chosen context. Okay? So the idea, ahead of us, is actually how we can best collectively, if we can, how we can produce middle range theories. This is what is ahead of us, and this is achievable.
I think it's achievable, yeah.
Any other question, please? Then any other question?
I have to respond.
Here to respond to Eric first of all. What
I think I had a direct brief question by Didem, right, about simulations. So it will be interesting to simulate also historically, starting this year, going back 100 years, a problematic period, then another 100 years, again, problems, to change the roles of the students, to empathize perhaps with each other's positions. That will be done also online these days. May I perhaps add one proposal that I had, using my 2 minutes that remained from my presentation. These days there is a lot of focus on global IR, on this idea of globalizing international relations and so on, but mostly this is done in a broader regional settings like the whole African continent or East Asia, or nationally homegrown theorizing within the Turkish context, Japanese, whatever. But here we have a big elephant in the room when we talk about Greek-Turkish IR and politics. The Turkocratia years, in English, Turkish yoke, in good Turkish, the good old days of Ottoman beneficial rule, perhaps in Turkish translation. So I think for global IR, we could kind of come together, develop a joint research project with some mid-level theorizing, including issues like identity, collective memory, diplomatic studies, regional dynamics, ideational commonalities, Balkans and Eastern Mediterranean context, post-imperial legacies, state and nation building processes that were common to us, and sometimes there were these big divergences. So perhaps some senior professors who are here, they could lead such projects in the future. It will be great to make use of all this dynamic that is present here to jointly do something. Now we did the talking the talk part, perhaps we should also walk together in walking the walk part. I wrote something about Mediterranean IR two years ago, so an Aegean or Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean school of IR, perhaps a bit like the Scandinavian cooperation in a friendly way, but also making use of the taboos of old traumas of the joint legacies that are perceived in different ways. So there could be some history, some EU accession or non-accession issues, the Aegean conflicts and so on, but trying to come up with some joint ideas.
Right, but you need to explore theories from critical theory feminists. That's why, and he answered that we are of nationalism. So I apologize for interrupting, but this is very important. You cannot have this when
we will be eclectic in that regard.
Yeah, but you cannot have this when they're only exploring theory of nationalism, because again, it's the realist and neorealist framework. Where is critical theory?
Let's go on.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a very important point in order to develop the global IR.
You mentioned before somebody dealing with the Dodekanis, okay, it's a research. You mentioned before, your calling. What exactly is the subject of
1912, 1947.
Thank you. Something you want to comment on others, on American?
I have to respond, please. I'm waiting.
If you don't have any other comment, let's your turn.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Because there were many interventions. I will be very brief about what you mentioned about the textbooks. There was a committee which was set up by Greek and Turkish academics, but this was due with agreement of the Greek-Turkish governments. I don't remember what date. It was when there was a rapprochement between Greece and Turkey, and they have agreed to revise the text, as it is the case with Albans. 2000, don't remember. Thank you for the date. They had 2, 3, 4 sessions, and so bye-bye.
That's it.
They were not able to agree on certain aspects. However, there was a Greek-Turkish project, which called Greek-Turkish Forum. Do you remember that? Which was, you were a member, and Chakonas as well was member of them, which was set up in 1997. They have produced, they convened in some session, but I think for 4 years now, they are not very active. I haven't heard about that. This was not academic. Businessmen, there were people, politicians, and it was very ambitious. And I have participated in 2, 3, 4 sessions of that.
based on
And there was also this...
one and a half, right? Track.
Yeah.
1.5 track diplomacy.
That's right, 1.5 track diplomacy. And then there was this master's degree, which was quite successful in Bilgi University. You have graduated from them, and then it stopped. So we see that there are many derivations, we see many initiatives, and then something happened, mainly because there was no encouragement, enough encouragement from the political side, or from the governments, I think, or due to the development of Greek-Turkish relationship. So my second point is about Greek academic culture. Exists, but we have to answer if there is only one or two or three, and in which period. Because after 1974, there was a tendency towards the left, and there was, in political science mainly, but also in international relations, culture was tending to the left, anti-Americanism, and to some extent, anti-Europeanism. And it was a Marxist or neo-Marxist approach. But then we could see that this tendency does not exist anymore. And what I have noticed is that people who are in the National Relations Department, they tend to give emphasis on stability. So they are much more inclined towards a conservative approach. Not all of them, but the majority of them. Meanwhile, people from political science are much more trained to, not revolution, but to change the political environment. They didn't put emphasis on stability, but to change. So there are different cultures about that. And the third aspect is that there were exaggerations. Adonis, you mentioned the book about Smyrna and how it was the current rector of Panteion University, Kouluri, who has made this definition, and there was a political discussion about a gathering, that it was just a gathering in the quay, in the Panteion, which is not the case. I read the book, which is, it's totally unhistorical, I could say, especially in that section. I understood why he did wrote this, in order both countries go together. I realized her intention, but this is not the truth, because my grandfather was there, although he was saved by the Turkish. He saved his life. We know very well what was happening there at that time, about the atrocities which were conducted, and about the suffering of 200,000 people there. As I could underline that, how a few days ago, the people in Menisa, in Magnesia, suffered from what happened by the Greek troops there. So we have to admit that these events took place. And so there are some as far as the culture is concerned. Now, about the Hellenic-centric approach, I absolutely agree that we need, in the national relations, generally speaking, mid-range theory. I'm now fed up with all the grand theories. And the Greek academics tend to adopt grand theories. Meanwhile, I think we need, especially for Greek foreign policy, mid-range theories about the role of leadership, about the role of pressure groups, about the role of the public opinion. We have so many fields to concentrate and to avoid the grand theory as far as is conceivable and possible. That's all.
Could I add one word to Eric? about the textbooks. I was there, which is I was there. But, how long did I look? The whole idea about the textbooks has been, it turned out to be a victim of the political developments. That's obvious. The thing is that, especially with regard to the bigger picture, which is the establishment of the Department of Turkish Studies, that's an issue we have to touch upon and look at it as an example, I would say, of perverse institutionalism, really. It turned out to be, with the exception of Antonis, a department of anti-Turkish studies, not Turkish studies.
This is a
really,
bit of
and that's not funny.
but okay.
Well, in search of, common ground in coming up with ideas that would help both people, it's really it's a pity that things turned out. It's that phrase, things can always turn worse. That's the example of the Department of Turkish Studies, which is actually a byproduct of that rapprochement. It has been discussed and agreed between the then two foreign ministers of foreign affairs, Papandreou and Cem, Ismail Cem was at the time.
Yes.
And it turned out to be this, right? With people or students being shocked when someone comes in and attempts to change the agenda.
I don't teach you Turkish relations. The past 3 years.
Why is that?
Well, they gave the course to someone.
Okay.
More
Okay. We got the message.
Probably maybe they say they think Greek enough. Maybe they thought. Maybe they thought it was not Greek enough.
And about Eric, and I agree with the conclusions made by Haralambos, although I see some elements of Greek political culture being there over the last 3 or 4 decades, really, which is it is introversion, it is xenophobic nationalism, and it is also and that's a paradox. That's a complex thing. It's analysts used to call it inferiority superiority complex. We got both. We are in favor. We are asking great powers to protect us. Yet we are very concerned about being interfering in Greek politics. So you can see the paradox. So the problem is actually when those elements are being reproduced in a scientific manner. That's the problem. And today, it seems to me that there are still academics who are in favor of steering the national reflexes of the people instead of coming up with ideas towards particular solutions.
Can I say something? 2 words, which is a little bit optimistic in our conclusion. In recent years, there was no such a thing before 10 years. In international fora and international seminars, what the Greeks could say about Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, or what is the opinion of Greeks about East Asia, or about Latin America. There was no such thing. But nowadays, during the last 10 days, there are scholars who deal exclusively with sub-Saharan Africa. One is sitting next to you. Yes, but okay, sorry. I'm losing my argument now, what you have said. and on international level, publishing in international journals. And it is, I think this is what we are lacking, to give the Greek perspective on other parts of the world about European and United States relationship, about Latin America, about East Asia. But this is now is happening. There are scholars who are dealing with the role of China in international relations, for example. From the Greek perspective, because you have to put your Greek perspective on that. Okay, thank you.
For 10 seconds, may I say something?
Ask
Okay. With the exception of political scientists who is outside the IR, George Kodogiorgis, who has complained that the Greek state should form its own world system in the world. There is no, but he's political scientist, theorist for that matter. There is only one scholar that systematically said, at least in one of his books, let's not have a non-Western orientation in foreign policy, and that was Kodzias, and from a Marxist point of view. Okay, no, the other scholars, I know what you mean, and some want to defend the communitarian perspective of IR, but being giving a work which is totally anti-Western and saying Greece should belong to another world, this hasn't been proposed by a scholar. Okay, so in that sense, we should be optimistic.
In the 70s, there were many of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Kodzias is a Marxist.
In a sense, if I may, but that's a point for another seminar. IR, at least in Greece, I propose, has helped consolidate Westernization and Europeanization in Greece. But that's a hypothesis that can be refuted or problematized.
Now, go on to the next panel.
You ask yourself, not me. You decide.
You want to take a break or 5 minutes?
No.
Or go on with the next
It's
panel?
better to proceed.
Go on. All right. So,
Because they have to take the plane.
Mary, take on from here. So, we stay.
Αυτός είναι ο Στέρι.
Yeah, etc.
Taking some notes.
Okay.
I can answer that. See what I want.
Okay, I'm really sorry for not following a part of the third panel because I had a Senate meeting in my university, an online Senate meeting. Now, I'm not an expert on Greek-Turkish relations, but anyway, I have a big question mark.
You are somehow. Your PhD, right?
Yes, my PhD is on Greek foreign policy,
Foreign policy.
but many years ago.
Okay.
Last century.
Many years.
Many years.
And change.
Dimitri,
Any?
you see, he's the old guy.
Since then, yeah, lots of things. Now, from hearing all of you since this morning, I have a big question mark about if the Greek and the Turkish international relations communities are comparable, both in terms of size. I mean, the Turkish international relations community is huge, but also in terms of perceptions of the world. And finally, and also because of the way things have developed in the last, let's say, 20 years. Of course, there is much progress. There are certainly grounds of optimism. In both countries, the academia has come a long way since the 1970s. Especially since 2000, there was a rapid expansion of international relations studies in both countries. Both Greece and Turkey have now highly qualified and internationally recognized scholars. Nevertheless, the rise of numbers has led from one side of view to a greater ideological diversity, and from another side of view, it has been combined with the impression that scholars tended to become isolated in different ideological clusters, following certain schools of thought that do not communicate much with each other. So can I ask our two panelists if this is the case? Do you agree with this? Let me start with Dimitri.
Let me try to answer in the way I sort of received my answers from listening to the debate today. I mean, it's very interesting. The debate has shifted. When we started off today, FA in particular, it was very clear. The idea behind this, it's not about the Greeks keep talking about Greek relations. The Turks don't talk about it so much. It's about looking whether we can create an epistemic community, right, by our scholars, to work together, using the tools that we know, as our scholars, to work together, and therefore, with our work, not necessarily to contribute to relations, but to develop the field, but also, if we can, to inform the policy-making community of both countries. Something like that is what you said. And so it's about trying to learn from each other and trying to understand the state of the IR community, the IR field, research, and so on in both countries. And from there to move on. And this is novel in itself. This is novel in itself, because it does not necessarily mean Greek-Turkish relations per se, but it could mean that. Now, I like this approach because, I'm sorry I'm using your first name. No, that's, I like your approach because, in fact, Babis mentioned, or Haralabos, as we learned his name is, we call him Babis. That's fine. Talked about the Greek-Turkish forum, which actually pretty active. One of the reasons you don't hear much about it is because of COVID, and we've had our meetings online. But one of the things we've come up with is with trying to move forward the debate, because our idea is how you can contribute, and this is what it's about, contributing. Is we've broken ourselves up in groups. For example, I am a participant in the New Ideas group, and one of the new ideas we've actually explored and I've put forward is exactly what you're suggesting. How to work in the field of academia in general. There's potential there. How our two countries, for example, can, to our ministers of education, give the push so that, for example, as we're all applying for funds, EU funds, Horizon projects, that there's a push that projects that have Greek and Turkish universities, and here could be the IR scholars, are favored by both countries and their research communities, and TÜBİTAK and Yeyet and whoever is supposed to do this and do the job.
It's an advantage in Brussels to have
It's an advantage in Brussels, right? So this is something that's not happening. Whether it's, in that sense, we are advancing not only our work, but also in terms of understanding each other, which is much needed. And here, I would disagree with Yannis, who talked about Horizon projects and methodology, and many people are missing it. I don't think that's an issue. The issue is we as scholars, we come up with a concept when we write these projects. We can come up with this, we have our younger colleagues, our research assistants, we can come up. The problem in Greece is structural, it's institutional. We do not have the institutional support, because it's not just about writing the proposal, it's all the other aspects to do with the damn financing and how you're going to structure this and so on. What we need are institutions, our universities, to have people help us with this. And we don't have it. In Turkey, it's a bit better. They're trying to work on this, and I think TÜBİTAK is also trying. I've never heard of Yeyet helping and supporting Greek academics. In fact, TÜBİTAK, for example, another thing I was thinking, for all its the problems with the Turkish educational system, and it's getting worse. The pressure is, the squeeze from above is there. We feel it as scholars of Turkey. ISA, EISA, all the other big conferences. If you're a Turkish scholar, you can get financing to go to these things. Imagine how many of you that actually teach in Greek universities actually get financing to go to an ISA conference somewhere from North America. Nobody. There's not enough money. So this is provided for. But what I'm saying is, working together to create an epistemic community, systematically where there's an emphasis, at least, on the two communities that interact through our personal contacts, but never really institutionally as much, even though I think Dennis mentioned Erasmus. Through the Erasmus program, there's more interaction. I see this reached, but it's not enough, right? And that could lead to something. So there's a dedicated group of scholars, Greek IR scholars and Turkish IR scholars, working together through their institutions to create original research. That's one problem. Part of the problem is that both of us, I mean, you know, Takis talked about, we are both have an inferiority and superiority complex. Yeah, we are both outline, we are both flank states. And this is a flank statement. I don't think it's, so the anti-Americanism, anti-whatever comes from that. And it's interesting, at some stage you were talking with Yanis and you said in Europe. This in itself, we're excluding ourselves, right? Still Europe, that's what you meant, right? Same thing in Turkey. It is part of it and it's not part of it. Even we that have been part of it since 1981, we still make references to Europe, as if Europe is not part of us, right? And this in itself creates this flank state mentality, which also leads, therefore, to us, you know, this debate within our community, which is not as intensive. We've heard from my colleagues, not as intensive today as it used to be in the past, of, you know, whether we belong to ourselves. We see this more and more in Turkey, or we belong with others, with Europe, the West, and so on, right? So creating an epistemic community, I think, is really relevant and important. And I think this, in itself, an idea like this, to policymakers, in itself, is something constructive in this climate, because we are also shaped by the current environment, right? And the current environment is not something that developed overnight. Since Erdogan's remarks 3 days ago, it's been around for a few years. And you know, no one is really proposing ideas, solutions, how to get out of it. So this is one of the things we need to consider.
Okay. Let me now give the floor to Knut. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I have a few.
I mean, you mentioned impact on government policies. And despite the rise, the increase in the number of departments, academics, publications, and projects, I have the impression that the academic communities in both countries have quite limited influence in policy making. This is an important issue because if we are talking about an epistemic community, then the epistemic community, and this is the basic idea behind it, is to have an impact on the relations between the two countries. I mean, do you have any idea where this my perceived failure comes from? Do politicians in the two countries do not like to hear academics?
I guess I have reasons for failure. It's a project of a shared epistemic community. Of course, it's yes, it's a laudable ambition. But I think that if I were you, I wouldn't start from where you are, because that's not a very good starting point. That's what I want to explain with my 5 points, why I think it is not a good starting point. But of course, it is the starting point that you have to deal with. So the first reason is that when you look at the title of the symposium, it is about the IR discipline. Now, I think we have revelations out from all participants today that there is no shared conception of what a discipline is or should be, what is inside and what is outside our discipline. It seems to be a hot pot to which you can throw whatever you like, and that's not particularly scientific. I'm not sure even that the science bureaucracies in Athens and Ankara recognize the discipline as a discipline.
That's true.
Yes, there are departments, and there are ever more, but when you are applying for research, typically you have to tick which discipline it is inside. And those lists of disciplines is something that all states get from UNESCO, and UNESCO does not recognize international relations as a scientific discipline. You can choose economics or political science or law or history, but international relations doesn't exist. That gives some disadvantages, even before you have started the competition with other applicants. The second reason that I'm maybe a little bit pessimistic is that the program also displays a certain degree of idealism on your part. Because what is it about? It is about the theories, the methodologies, and the main issues. All fine issues. But it is not until very recently, namely your intervention, that what Marxists would emphasize, namely the material conditions under which you are supposed to produce, are highlighted. In Turkey, most universities are teaching universities, and all scholars are forced to teach an insane number of hours per week. That leaves this much for research. Weekends, yes, right, that's great. So that's a material condition under which you are supposed to produce and compete with what happens in the rest of the world, where conditions are
More favorable.
more favorable. Yes. The third reason is that in order to be a discipline, those who practice the discipline also needs to know where it came from. And it did come from history, from law, from economics, from anthropology, and from a number of other more traditional disciplines. It was sort of a big merger. At some point of time, got together and then defined itself as a discipline. But before the practitioners of the discipline knows about its foundations, its sometimes methodological beginnings, and its trajectories over time, and its present state, and where it possibly should be directing, should be going, in precisely what you're doing in your self-reflective studies. I mean, that is what contributes for a discipline to become a mature discipline, because then we know who we are and where we came from, where we are and where we should be going. We can discuss where we should be going, but that is on the basis of something. And that is not widespread. Not that many knows about what Greek scholars in the 1930s did. You do. So we have a big job to teach the rest of the Greek and Turkish higher community about what happened in this part of the world. The fourth reason is that it seems to me that both higher communities in the two countries are somewhat out of sync with what could be called the main trends in Western IR. In the sense of, someone mentioned that your mentors were often not trained as IR scholars. They were maybe historians or lawyers or economists. So before a discipline begins to reproduce itself, it cannot have a self-consciousness, because then you're not forced to teach those who are supposed to replace you about what the discipline is. So there should be some reproduction. Of course, this out of sync argument is sort of based on the assumption that there is one direction, and that different communities around the world cannot take different trajectories and still be inside what is sort of called the discipline. But for example, take the first session today on theory. The two communities are somewhat out of sync in the sense that there is very limited homegrown theorizing. The communities are at their best appliers of something that somebody else produced. So the contributions to that part of the discipline, that is sometimes defined as the backbone of the discipline, the theoretical portfolio, that is somewhat missing. And then it's not difficult, and then it's hardly surprising that people around the world pay less attention to what comes out of these two communities. Because there is no Greek, Turkish, Aegean school of theoretical orientation. And the second, on this theoretical level, the second reason why it's slightly out of sync is that it's soon a decade ago that Mearsheimer and Wald published what I think is a very important article about how the state of theorizing is in the United States. And their argument was that people don't theorize any longer. It is not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to pick some hypothesis and then apply a data set, and you have a conclusion. Your analysis and your conclusion. So theorizing is no longer appreciated in the heartland of the theoretical enterprise, at least the heartland as it used to be. So there's another way, there's another dimension to which theory is sort of maybe disappearing out of the big picture. And if theory then disappears, then what is the use of methodologies? They are supposed to be a bridge between the theoretical propositions and the empirical analysis. So what's the role of methodology without theory? Well, maybe it's just to sort of do the textbook methods of your favorite, run it from A to Z, and then publish your article on that. But that is a completely different game compared to what it used to be and what we still teach our students to do. Is decide on some theory, on a law, apply them, use some evidence, and come up with a conclusion. Turn in the term page.
Okay.
Just one thing more, and we've been talking about critical theory. I would like to suggest that critical theory can be actually two different things. It can be theory-based empirical analysis feeding into the policy work. Perfect. That is a need for that. But theory can also be a highly critical contribution to policy thinking. And what I have in mind here is not what is sort of critical theory with big C and T, but again, particularly Mearsheimer and Wald, example of them using offensive realism to harshly criticize the American invasion in Iraq. That is sort of the unexpected critical function of theory. And of course, Morgenthau did the same with the American presence in Vietnam. So it's not untypical for realists to be critical theorists. But typically we don't see them in that light.
Right, thank you. I agree that we are more consumers than producers of theory. But I don't agree that international relations do not produce theories anymore. I'm thinking about the new trend in international relations, which is called practice theory. And practice theory has the advantage of promoting the inter-paradigmatic debate. And it's very promising. And it combines both constructivist ideas, but also the way practitioners work. So in fact, this is, and I think it's a great opportunity for scholars in both Turkey and Greece, because they can develop ideas, talking with practitioners, and then combine their views and their perceptions of reality with ideas coming from, you know, here with you, and the sociology of practice, embeddedness, norms, values, and so on. So I have the feeling that we have the window of opportunity. A window of opportunity that development of international relations theory nowadays allow us to bridge our different ideological views, different schools of thought that we follow, and then at the same time understand better how our societies, our countries, differ from the Anglo-Saxon world. So, Dimitri, I'm coming back to you. We have not discussed our relationship with government, with our foreign ministers, with our diplomats, and with the communities that take decisions. Now, my impression is that this is not so much a result that they do not see us as an international relations experts. They do. But I think that personality politics in both countries play a very much crucial role in there is this lack of institutions that discuss opportunities, face challenges, and so on, that is missing. Do you agree with this, that the problem is not so much in our field, but it has to do with the way politics is structured in both countries, personal politics?
In part, yes. I think it's also part about, I think it's a structural issue which we do not address as departments. For example, how many departments really, I chaired my department, we all gone through the process, sit around the table with colleagues to go through our curriculum. You see what we are producing at the end.
It's a great negotiation.
If it's at all, we'd rather not even get into it. See what we're going to produce. What I teach matches what Takis teaches, what you teach, and so on, so that we have something that comes out. And so it's also our issue, our problem, personality, which is also, it's also very much ideological, political, especially in a country like Greece, where, as I said, someone can have a political career as an IR academic almost. In Greece in particular, it's possible. Less so in Turkey, maybe. But in Greece, it's possible as an IR scholar to become a politician, right? If we want to, using. But I think there's a wider debate here. There's a wider debate here. One of the things we haven't talked about, because we're talking about IR theory, we're talking about the IR community, and we're talking about our contribution, whether we're producers or theory or consumers. But ultimately, can we be producers? Big question. Especially when we've all adopted the Bologna process, where the Bologna process is also tied into the job market, because ultimately no one can find a job getting BA, degree in international relations, whether in Greece or Turkey also, right? We tie this in, then we go with some concept, we get a master's for 2 MA degrees. Even that, we also know that's there for money-making thing as well. But is it targeted specifically to advance the IR field, to producing expertise, or are we just talking about ultimately the small group that's going to end up becoming scholars such as ourselves? Right? So there are a number of issues we haven't really addressed, because, and maybe your point here, here's your point about, I have no idea. I mean, IR for me comes from political science. When I studied IR, with the term political science. Right? Now we have IR departments, which we all belong to. I have no idea that it's not the UNESCO criteria. It's interesting.
I didn't know that.
You see? Because it's true. When we go to this form, there's social sciences, and then we have to think about political science, right? That's something that's closest to our field. So I think before going to the personalities, we have to look at ourselves. And I think this is where we have ourselves an inability to change, because we are not willing to really sit down and tackle. My department, it's a great department, I have great colleagues. But try to have this great colleague, which we are friends, to look at each other's syllabi and teaching, and how we can each modify our teaching, so that as a whole, the students get something
that has actually value,
Coherent.
coherent,
Got it.
it's never going to happen. And this affects our field. So this is in part, I mean, the answer. There's something that has helped, and I think one of the lessons learned is, I mean, for example, during this COVID era, which we are really not in, I don't know, but when we started, I'm maybe an old school academic, I don't like PowerPoint. Write on the board, erase it, move around the room. But with teaching online, I force myself to redo my classes to make them now attractive also to my students that were in their homes, dealing with COVID, dealing with the stress. And this made me rethink a lot of my classes and my discipline, whatever I was teaching. But even then, we had discussions about how we can do this coherently, right? So before we go to this personality,
I'm sorry,
look at our discipline.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I mean, the organizer has sent me a letter that says that our Turkish friends have to leave for the airport.
Yeah.
Is the note verbale?
And is it what time you have to leave for the airport?
Yeah, but Deniz has an earlier flight. Yeah, it's 6:45, yeah.
So you have to go back to your hotel.
No. We have the luggage, but we have to take the taxi and to the airport.
What time is it now? So we have some time.
7, and we have to
Which one is for? We know, but we also thought that taxi would be a better option.
What time? I'm sorry.
We will share it.
So we have 10 minutes to go.
Every 10 minutes.
I propose to conclude in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes maximum. Because I have to pick up the languages.
Far more.
Yeah, I guess
Okay,
we can
please.
share.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
So one of the things I'll just say, maybe not related to your point, but I just sat down here and listened to this discussion because I'm a great believer in non-formal education. This is non-formal. We're all educators, we are all scholars, and we are dealing outside our institution, trying to figure it out. And so, again, maybe creating some study community has to be.
This would be an excellent idea.
And also something that, because I deal a lot with these things, with young leaders, to bring them together. We even had a new development. We actually contributed to chapter where it was younger scholars writing, at least one Greek and one Turk, writing papers together, came out of a book.
Great.
Right? And Effie is one of the contributors there. And she had one of the more academic articles in this thing. But even there, I can imagine workshops, this discussion, not only among scholars. First of all, we need to have one in Greece about this. Maybe Turks, I don't know if we have discussions of this sort, right? We don't. As Greek IR scholars, we need to have one. But also, this might be an idea to, this is how you create an epistemic community, whether it's for younger generations. Right? For example, again, my colleague Mustafa, the International Relations Council of Turkey, does have this security academy, other academies, where he brings in younger scholars, and they try to discuss some of these issues, and some of these things become more theoretical. We could create a network with younger scholars, Greeks and Turks, talking about theory, the ones that are really interested, PhD students and so on, really interested. And also among ourselves to continue the dialogue, right? And that's how you create an epistemic community. It could also be moving ahead and seeing how one can link this to a cost action, right? Where we have to look what's out there, but maybe we can create something on the basis because we have with funding. So I really believe in the value of doing things outside the institutional framework. We do what we do because we cannot really change.
Basically, that was how the discipline came into being at the very beginning. It was funded by the Rockefeller, the Carnegie, and the Ford foundations, not only in the United States, but throughout Europe as well. So there's been a lot of private money in the discipline right from the beginning. If that money were not around, it would not exist today.
But tell us a little bit more about, let's say, the experience of the Copenhagen School of International Security, 25 years later. Did it fulfill expectations, initial expectations? Was the right choice to create a small national school and try to have a real impact globally?
Well, this is basically my personal history, because I was affiliated to the center right from the beginning when I did my PhD. So I know sort of how it came into being. And it didn't take that much. It took some very strong intellectual leadership by Ole Weber. He was basically the guy. And he was then very successful in both in understanding speech act theory dynamics, but also practicing it by declaring, we now have a Copenhagen School of Securitization Studies. And people around in Europe and elsewhere, oh yeah, there's one. They believed in it. So the audience positively engaged that idea. We also tried to sell the idea of a Scandinavian school of policy analysis. Didn't become. But the other one, big success. At least until last year. Huh? Yeah, of course, the center was subsequently closed by the government, and it was merged with 4 other small centers in the Copenhagen area into the Danish Institute of International Studies, where some of the original center people still are employed. It was Ole Weber moved over to the political science department. But what I was saying about until last year, when the entire theory was charged for being racist. So, and they had to come up with all sort of defensive measures, 100-page long report, sort of rejecting this allegation. So there's, at least there is, to some degree, an end to the securitization theory, part of the academic community. Other parts don't care.
But it was the creation of a single man.
Yeah.
Always personalities matter.
There was a center, and there was some funding available, so Weber could also invite people to stay 2, 3, 4 months and build that epistemic community around that distinct specific theory. But something similar like Dennis Kubo proposed and you proposed should be possible, because it doesn't take a lot of funding to get the ball rolling. You just have to pick the right time and place.
What was next? Was it funding or?
It was attacked.
It was seen by the then government as not government friendly.
Yeah.
Because it was criticizing policy, foreign policy of the government at the time. So even if it was sort of, it had more than just, it had basically 2 research papers. One was non-military ways of securing security, and the other one was the one that was sort of a constructed to boost the effort and to give some connection to the international research.
And on what grounds did they officially say this is attacking anti-government?
No. They would said that you can see in Copenhagen there are 4 or 5 small institutes alone that don't really rock. If you merge them into a supertanker, then they can make an effort. So it was sufficient to be
common narrative in many cases.
And actually, the directors of the institutes managed to derail that idea in the first go. That is what small states can do. They can gang together and come up with a response that was killing the idea of this for some time.
Economies of scale.
Yes.
Yes.
So are there lessons learned from the Copenhagen School? I mean,
Positive, positive.
I think the position is that it is, first of all, it is possible to produce theory outside of the United States. Okay, if you want to, and if you have the drive towards doing it, if you put some effort into creating something of a theoretical reflection, yes, then it is possible. And it doesn't take much. I mean, this was to apply speech act theory on the field of security. Very simple idea, big effect.
Please.
I remember this debate on Anatolian School of Art and whether Turkish have a theory, exactly in the same period with personally, I think the To's book is just neorealism, but anyways. And I remember a counter argument. It says, shall each country have a theory? It's very relevant. Because, I mean, I think we need some give up to construct a theory. And as far as I understand, we both have some problems in academia in terms of building up institutionally, in terms of continuity, right? I mean, I don't know the history of Copenhagen too, I know arguments, but I assume that there were PhDs that I remember from school, first generation, second generation. I mean, it takes time and effort, and we need to build up with different generations, and you need something to say.
Institutional support, you say that.
But yesterday we went to the Museum of Contemporary Art.
Ah.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was somehow nationalism is deconstructed with different examples from different countries. Perhaps we can, from art or movies, or I don't know, that will also appeal to young generations because they are very much into social media and the things that are very attractive, sharp social media. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that something important that Dimitri has said, and quite practical, is the cost action program, which finances traveling based on a single topic
Yes, they have participated. Yes, cost action program.
Of course, we need scholars from all countries, but it's something we can look into. Could I say something also? Because you know, some of the things I know at some stage you asked for, Hellenic-centric approach or Turkish-centric approach. There's nothing wrong with those approaches, and I'll tell you why. There's nothing wrong with it. And here, and this is where theories can be created, bringing theory. Because within our countries, there's a big internal debate. Most of us, all of us, big scholars here that I know, we are in the middle of the road. This is also linked to your question about public diplomacy, where part of our obligation, at least the ones that are maybe more come out more in the media, is to make sure that some of these ideas, the middle of the road ones, have an impact on public opinion. Because it's very easy to go all the way to the more hardcore policies about how one understands. So, and likewise in Turkey too. In Turkey too, there is what is Turkey, where it's foreign policy, you know, and there's a big debate. Does it belong to itself or is it part of the West, and so on. And so we need to concentrate on this, also within our own disciplines, within our own countries, to have a debate in the way it's being taught. We teach Greek-Turkish relations, right? So someone might teach whatever traditionally has been taught, someone might start challenging it in their writings, in their teaching, and so on. And I think we need to focus on this as well, within our countries. And maybe then we are contributing to our disciplines, because by rethinking a little bit how we do it within our countries, by bringing in theoretical perspectives, we are contributing to the theory. And maybe this would also lead to the Athens School and the Istanbul or the Antonis.
Okay, Dimitri.
Or the Aegean School.
Sorry, I interrupt you, but really we have to conclude here. Sorry for taking the floor, but there are practical reasons.
Yeah, after writing
Because-
notes, I mean, you
Yeah, we have
should.
to go.
Okay, Dimitri, thank you very much
Yeah,
for your
sure,
contribution. And Knut, I think, although we are a little bit tired, I think this was a very fruitful discussion, and I'm looking forward to continue it in this form, in another form. This was just the beginning.
That's what we hope. Yes.
Okay.
And thank you
Okay.
for hosting us in this really nice building.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really fruitful and very hopeful also for us. So we now have more hope for being more international. That's what we need as the Turkish scholars.
Good. Thank you for your contribution. And I think that we could meet in the near future.
Izmir, yes.
In Izmir, yes, it's my city.
Exactly. This is really wonderful.